chemical fascination destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
Alrighty, folks. I think we should be back. Believe so. Yeah, I had to do quite a bit more. So something that I did notice that I had to completely log back into Twitch as far as being able to stream to it. And after doing that, it seemed to use a lot less resources. So I don't know if that's just Twitch's way, I guess, of being able to try to stay connected. That was something new that I didn't notice before. But yeah, everything seems to be running a little bit better. Not quite as much CPU usage, a little bit more normal. So yeah, that's something I did notice there. So in the whole process, everybody took a look at me a little bit longer. I had to relog back into Twitch so that I could actually send the stream queue. And in the process of doing that, it actually reduced the amount of CPU usage, which that's super strange. I don't know why that would be the case there, but that seemed to be something I noticed that totally went down. The CPU usage came down after I logged back into Twitch after closing it completely down and then starting stream back up again. But we're back. Hopefully that's I tested out some of the bot functions, I guess, as far as they seem to still be there. So we'll see if that sticks. If it does it again, then I don't know what the deal is. Because as it stands right now, everything's checking out technically normal, just like any other stream, as far as all the system resources and so on. So if it borks this time, then I can't blame it on my end. Let's put it that way. And now you really got to go. Yeah, that's understandable. I appreciate you stopping by there, Yasso. We'll try to have some fun. As long as the stream doesn't bark out, I guess, as far as we should be good to go. Alright, so I know a lot of that got cut off, I guess, as far as having to restart the stream. But basically all I did, just to kind of summarize, I guess, what happened there was to add this recesses to this side door, and all we did was just clone an existing recess, I guess, to one of the other doors, and then brought it over to side door. And we did that just by detaching those polys, creating a separate object, which we still have in here, cloning that, and then being able to move it to that side and size it up without impairing the integrity, I guess, as far as that thickness of that 8 inches there. So that's just to summarize, I guess, as far as what we did. That's just to add some more, a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as to the building on the exterior, at least, anyway. We'll need to adjust some things on the interior, I guess, as far as to accommodate some of those changes. Okay. Now I'm going to be really vigilant, I guess, as far as to monitor, I guess, as far as what's going on with stream here. So far seems to be good. Alright, cool. Here, okie dokie smoky. Hopefully it stays that way. Yeah, that I can 100% probably. It's probably a little bit, you know, so the way I'm looking at it, it's a little bit of Twitch's issue as well as mine. pegging out, I guess, as far as I don't know why it would use so much CPU when Twitch is trying to send out a, whatever you want to call it, ping or whatever to my end, say like, hey, I need to be re-logged into, because that's exactly what it did. I closed all of it down, and once I did that and re-signed back in, it totally freed up, I guess, all that CPU usage. That's kind of really weird. I don't know what Twitch is doing, I guess, as far as that goes, but it seems to be fine. It's never done that before in the previous times, I guess, as far as that the video is frozen. So maybe it's something that Twitch is working on. Who knows? They don't really communicate all that much as far as I can tell there, so it's anybody's guess, I guess, as far as what they're doing on their end. We're just hoping we can cross our fingers, and that's why we got the emote. If you're following the channel, we got the cross fingers emote, I guess, as far as for you all to use. So anybody that did lose, I apologize for that. Something that I had to fix there, since it was so early into the stream. Just kind of restart it. If it would have been later into the stream, I would have just flat out ended, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, we didn't lose much, I guess, as far as that goes, but we are working on this Turn 1 pavilion for the Lacrosse Fairgrounds Speedway build, I guess, as far as 4 under 2003. Primarily what this is being built for. We're just doing some refinements to it. I still got all this stuff open, I guess, as far as for gonna be doing some texture modifications, adding some new bits, I guess, as far as to the model, as we already did with that recessed garage roll-up door on the side of the building. We'll be adding a ceiling to the interior, as well as a weather vane. Got plenty to do, I guess, as far as with this here, just to kind of add a little bit more flair, I guess, as far as to this here. Be it the fact that this particular building is so far, you know, it's very visible, I guess, as far as from the trackside standpoint. It stands to reason, I guess, to add a little bit more of that detail, but not going too ridiculous, I guess, on the amount of detail. Right now, I figure it's kind of borderline, so I'm being very cautious as to how much more detail you add to it without going too nuts with it. So one of the things I do want to add to this for sure, as I've already mentioned in previous streams, is to add that weather vane, which is, I guess, going to be a double-sided plane, just a flat image on it. Nothing 3D, I guess, really about that, I guess, as far as from you know, so we're not going to put like a 3D type of weather vane on it. We're going to make it that really simple, just that double-sided plane. And yeah, I think that'll do. So also want to adjust the mapping, I guess, as far as for the underside of the eaves. It's kind of that's kind of this placeholder, I guess, as far as where I've got them currently, but they don't line up whatsoever, especially at the peak on both gable ends. One thing I did notice, so we'll be fixing that. So this model that's in the sandbox right now is not the updated model. We're doing all those updates. Model in Max here. This recess for that door is not going to be in there just yet. Very different. So what we did before we restarted stream is to snap that door, that physical door, I guess, as far as to our new recess, based on that one vert. So that's all good to go. So this is all being done on the exterior part of the building. So we got two parts to this building that has the exterior look to it, as well as the interior, which is I got hidden here for now. Alright, so what I want to do, I think I'm pretty much done with that exterior. We're going to go ahead and collapse that back down. We'll take building. We need, I remember what all I did here. So object 3. What was object 3? Oh, I see. I didn't move the pivot, I guess, for that. So object 3. What was object 2? Now I gotta remember. I gotta remind myself. Object 2 was that. Oh, object 1 was the detached door. That's right. So yeah, we had to actually detach that door so we can actually set that back. Put a recess in there and then re-snap, I guess, that detached door do our recess. That's why I have the 3 different pieces in here that are detached from to get that all done. Okay. Now what we want to do is take our building, which is the name of the shape that we want it to end up with once we collapse. I think I can go ahead, since these are pretty simple shapes, there's no complexity, too much complexity with all these individual pieces that I've detached. You should be able to get away with being able to just collapse that all down. But I selected building first because the order of what you select is going to determine what the name of that piece is going to be once it's collapsed. That's just a little bit of summary. Yeah. 4 objects. So we got the 3 detached pieces to include the building, which is 4 objects. Go to our hammer, collapse that down, collapse selected. Cool. Now we're back into building. Now we don't have those individual pieces anymore. That's what we want. So now what I'll do, let's go ahead. We're going to reset X form on the selected piece. That looks good. We'll go ahead and collapse that down and convert it back to an M, we'll call it. So now that's our redefined exterior, I guess, as far as here. Now for these weather vanes that I'm going to do, let me re-affect the pivot here too. Affect the pivot and recenter that. Should be good. Yep. That's just to confirm. So these weather vanes, what I'm going to do is create it initially as a separate piece. That'll be a separate piece, and I'll make it one object. So I'll do a double-sided plane. Get that mapped, and then once we get that done, that way we can clone it and actually put it on the other pinnacle. That way it'll save us steps. It gets us first to have to redo all of that on the other. Do them separately. It gets as far as the mapping and all that stuff. So what we want to do, how big do we want to make this plane? That is the question. So if you look at our picture reference, you can kind of get a sense of how big this is. So it's the width of it seems to be about the size of the pinnacle itself, and by that I mean if we were to take like one of these sides off the pinnacle, that would be roughly the size of the vane, of the weather vane, is what my guess would be. So what we can do with that knowledge is to actually detach one of these planes here off of that. We're not going to move it or anything like that. We just want to be able to use that size, right? So let's there to be an editable polygon. So rather than create a brand new plane and try to size that up there, what you could do, we've already got pretty much the size we want that plane to be already established. So we'll just select that, attach it. That'll be fine as an object, and we'll go ahead and set the pivot to that. Now we can clone that. Object 2 will be fine. And then this we can actually put it into position. Now it's going to be mapped wrong, obviously, for now, just to get it into position. And if we want to get really creative with this, we can actually set the pivot on this bottom edge and kind of center that. So let's do a little bit of math here. So we want to get verts. See what the distance is between this one on the X and that one. So we are 4.72. Get our trusty dusty calculator out. And paste that into here. And then subtract this. That's going to give me a negative number. That's fine. At least we'll get the spacing for it. Copy that value. Paste that into there. So minus is equal. So we are 0.61 from this vert on the X to that vert. So about a little more than a half a meter. Okay. So what I want to do is get this pivot somewhere in the center. So we want to go, we'll just say 0.3. roughly about 0.3. That's where we want to get this pivot to go. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll go effect pivot. And let's initially set this up on edge snap. So, snap it to this edge. Now we might be able to do this. We've used this before in the past too, where we'll be able to snap. I gotta remember how this worked again. So it'll maintain as far as the X and the Y, but because we're trying to manipulate X in this case, it's not gonna, that won't work for us. So never mind that. So this XY constraint here, it'll maintain X and Y, but it'll let you move it on Z, say for example. That's not what we want. That's not what we want to do because we actually want to manipulate it on the X, but keep it in the center. If that makes sense. So if nothing else, we can actually put it like this and zero out the Y, like so. That should get us to 0. Actually, I don't think it is. Alright, let me put this on first. I'm gonna try something here. So anything that's in the scene, it should actually want to snap to. I'm gonna try something here. Let's do this. I'm gonna go like this. Snap it right to, that should be on the tippy top of that pinnacle. Okay, now I should be able to leave that one right there. Now I'll grab this guy. Back on edge snap. That is not, okay, that's not gonna work the way I thought it was going. Let me, alright, so what I need to do is get that Z. Man, that's not gonna work that way either, son of a gun. Yeah, that's not gonna work that way. So I'm trying to move the actual piece there, but in a sense it's gonna want to move the pivot. Hey, gummit. Alright, let me try a different approach. Back pivot. Snap it to this corner. That's right, I got an edge. Let's do vert snap. Got that there. Alright, and then I'm going to take it off of effect pivot here. I know there's a way to do it, I'm just trying to think of. So I want to get this pivot right in the center of that. And we know it needs to be about 0.3 as far as on the X. What I should be able to do, so I want to leave the pivot there. I'm having a brain fart right now. Let's turn that off. And let's adjust the X. We need to subtract off 0.3 from this value. Let's copy that value. Subtract off 0.3. Just half of distance from here to here. Yeah. This we paste and subtract off 0.3. That's the value to get it to the center. So go ahead and copy that. I think this will work better. We're affecting the pivot only, and we're subtracting. We're going to paste that on the X. Oh, that went the wrong way. My bad. We need to actually add 0.3. Okay. I knew that. But you get the idea, though. So what I'm going to do, go the other way. We need to add 0.3. Let me undo this. That back there, kind of recopy this value. We'll get it right. Okay, so we'll do that out, paste that, and we need to add. That's the value. Copy. Okay, again, we're still on effect pivot. on the X, this value. That should put it to the center. Now we can take this off effect pivot. And now we should be able to take this and go to vert snap. Snap it right to the center. Now we've got it perfectly centered over the pinnacle. That's what I was trying to accomplish. Cool. That'll be the size of our plane for our weather vane. Now this is only going to be on the one side here for now. So what we want to do is duplicate that and flip it. Let's take that off. Go ahead and duplicate this. Let's see, clone. Copy 3. And then I want to select that object 3, yes. That poly. And down here to Barolo and just flip it. Now we have two opposing sides. Okay, now I can take those two, so I guess as far as for object 2 and 3, collapse those together. And that's going to be ultimately where our weather vane is going to reside. Collapse. Whoops, not that. That's selected. And we're going to go ahead and name this as far as weather vane. We'll call it weather vane. We use camel lettering. And we'll do weather vane 1 on that one. So we're going to end up cloning this whole thing after we map it on either side. And then actually clone the whole thing and then move it over to the other pinnacle. That pinnacle. This should work out good. So far, so good. Now we got a double-sided plane. I guess as far as I'm going to convert this to an edible poly. Shouldn't need to do anything more with it, but I just like to get in the habit of doing it. So we got poly that way. Might need to flip it that way. Let's go ahead and render that. We should be able to see the render itself. As we do, that's good. Should be good on that front. Let's try it on this side. Yep, so we do have a texture on both sides of the plane. Cool. Wow, so good. Now we're going to remap this texture, so we're going to need to reapply the texture in here to update it. Because we actually need to save this, because I haven't saved any of this yet. I've only made changes in here in my paint program. I can already tell right off the bat I'm either going to have to square this off more. I think that's what I'll try first, or make that weather vane a little bit smaller in that position. I've got a separate layer for just the weather vane. Let's go ahead. Texture, I'm going to square this right off. Let's try to. That might be... No, I think I'm going to have to resize this, so that'll be no problem. We'll go ahead into the weather vane here. I can show how that works with the pixel resize of this. So what I started off with, kind of summarize here, I started off with this, just a image that I grabbed off the web. You can see the detail in that, and that has a particular bigger size to it, and I did a pixel resize to be able to get it into my template here. I'm just going to use what I've got in here and do another pixel resize. Hopefully don't lose too much detail. See how it turns out here. So we're going to go in our weather vane layer, copy that out, paste it to here, and I've got this at a 74 by 79, so we'll go a little bit smaller than that. I'm not going to use this one here at all. I'm going to start back from this guy. I'm going to actually back this one up and scrunch it down from this one. So all I did was from this to this is just remove all the background magenta. I have a transparent background and resize it down that. That way we don't get any aliasing and any texture bleeding as far as with the magenta background. Alright, so 74 by 79, we'll go ahead and do image, guys. Let's go down to 55. Okay, and then we'll zoom in on that. This gives you the idea of how much detail. So we did lose quite a bit more detail into that. I can clean this up actually. Let me add a little bit of contrast. Layer. That's what I was trying to avoid with not losing too much detail. But I can clean this up here a little bit. So this is all what a pixel resize as opposed to just a smart resize will do, for example. Which will tend to anti-alias the edges and create that soft edge. The problem with doing it this way, if we were to do that, we would have that magenta bleed. Once we compress down all of our layers to this, we would have that magenta bleed, and we don't want that. Okay. That's what we're trying to do. So for now, what I want to do is add a contrasting background here. See how much detail we did lose. Actually not as terrible as I thought. This is what it would look like once we put that transparent background into it. So the only place I see I want to correct here is on this E and the W a little bit. Remove some of this noise. And I'm going to do that by this method. Stream's still going, sweet. Pick out these little bits here that don't look very good. That. We're just cleaning up a little pixel art here is all. I'm just removing a lot of the stuff that's turning out a little bit white. Those kind of stand out a little too much. It's actually not half. Yeah, I think that'll work. We'll go ahead and take that. Copy that and put it back there into our texture. I'm going to go ahead and take this one out. That out. This guy in. So by resizing this, what I'm trying to do is I'm envisioning this as far as where that square wire is going to be, I guess, as far as for our plane, where that wire plane is going to go. Right there. That should be enough, I guess, as far as to create a square. I might still square this off a little bit. I'll do that anyway, just for grins, giggles. So we'll go into texture. Square this off a little. So I can actually get a pretty good sense of. Oh yeah, got some in the background there too. And get a good sense of where that's going to land. Alright, so this is how I can initially see where that plane is going to end, or what I'll be able to resize it to. If I do a selection like this, you can see where that square is going to end, where it's going to land, and what I would need to possibly clean up. I think that's going to work out pretty good. So as a placeholder here, this would be what our wireframe for that flat planes for that on the model basically be. I think that's going to work. Actually, I'm just going to clean this up here a little. Cool. Go with that. Whoa. Alright, so you've got, so this is the rest of the wire for the rest of the model. It's already done. So we'll have to do a little bit of re-UV mapping as far as for the eaves, as I was mentioning. Add this in, so on and so forth. So we got some bits to add. And then also the ceiling for the interior. I'm going to put that right in here. Okay. What I want to do first is save this as a template, layer template. so. And then flatten it down. File save as. Initially, I'll do it as a bitmap. So yeah, we'll go over to this guy. And then what we'll do is we'll run this through WinMip 2. This bitmap, we'll open this up with WinMip 2. Again, a lot of this is going to be summary. We'll run this through WinMip 2. Bitmap we just created. We can confirm because it's got our weather vane in here. Now we want to apply the alpha channel. Let's do that. So we do that with the left shift. Take our mouse and point to where we want it to be that alpha channel, which is going to be this magenta. As long as we get that swath in there, and then we want to select TGA. And then to save that as a TGA right in our working folder for that. We're going to overwrite the one that we made previously. Yes. Okay, that's all that's to it. That will create a TGA with an alpha channel. And what that should do is populate that into max. So if we go into our material editor for max, go into here, that should now have that updated texture to it, which it does. Got our weather vane in it. Oh, I thought I cleaned that up there. We do know it's updated because it does have the weather vane in there. That's what we're shooting. So now from here, we can actually unwrap this. So with that, let's actually just select the whole model, the whole top tier there, and we'll go unwrap. Open the UV editor, and so that texture is already applied to it, like so. It's going to be in the wrong position, but we're going to move it based on these here. So we can do that either through this viewport here or right here in the UV edit window. And I think what I'm going to do is grab them both at poly level right from here. So that's going to be both sides at the same time, and we're going to move that over here. So we'll scale it up into here. And I'm adjusting both sides of the weather vane in our object here. There we go. So where it is magenta, that's going to be transparent. We'll be able to see that better, I guess, as far as once we create the model and put it into Sandbox. That'll have magenta on it. On both sides. Okay, I think I'm pretty satisfied with that. So now from this point we can actually collapse down the UV unwrap. So let me render this really quicker just to see what that looks like. Gives it a little bit better, closer picture. Yep. That's roughly what it'll look like. You have to kind of envision against the fact that it won't have magenta around it. We'll get a better idea as far as what it's going to look like for us once we compile the 3DO. Okay. Let's go ahead and collapse this down. Yes. Now we can clone this guy. And because we got the pivot where we have it, we can just vert snap that up after we clone it over to this pinnacle. Let's do an edit clone. Weather vane 2. Just takes them to 0 though. As a copy. Please, and then we'll do a vert snap onto this guy right there. Perfect. So we got two symmetric. Now, if we wanted to, we could probably change the. We could pivot that. Kind of turn it on that pivot. Example. I'm gonna leave them just straight for now, but we do have the ability, I guess, as far as if we wanted to say something like this. Kind of pivot it this way. If we wanted to, just add a little bit of dynamic, I guess, as far as to that. So we have that ability to do that. I think I'm going to leave them just straight on for now. We might even be able to go so far as to create angled planes, I guess, on this here to give it the effect that it's actually spinning, even though it's not. That might be an option too. Again, I don't want to get too crazy with this. I know even at this level here, we don't want to get too carried away with, you know, how much poly weight that we're adding to the model. Because we still got things like the ceiling, I guess, to add, and so on and so forth. Alright, bot's still working there. It's good to see. Little bites. Alright, so what we got in here at this point, we got the weather vane 1 and 2. What I can do is collapse down this object that we borrowed, I guess, as far as to make that plane for the weather vane. Good with that, so go ahead and collapse those two pieces back down, which is the one side of the pinnacle. Don't need that anymore, so go ahead and get our hammer out. Left selected. Alright, we're back to building. Record list. Good. So what I am going to do as well is combine these two weather vanes together. We can always re-separate those if we wanted to later on, just to kind of show what I was already showing. I don't know, I may just go ahead and leave them separate for now, until I come to that conclusion we want to keep them straight or want to be able to put some angularity to it. Yeah, I think maybe I will just keep them separate. Now that I think it. Talk myself into it. Let's see here. So the building, so now what I want to do is on the building, effect pivot, make sure that's centered. Yep. Also, let's reset the X form. Select. So this is all the exterior of the building. Cool. Collapse that, 'cause that looks good. And convert that back to cool. So it looks like our exterior is done. So we added the inset to the side door, or the side roll up here, and we added the weather vanes to both pinnacles. They'll have transparency on it, obviously. And I think what we'll do next, as far as the exterior, is just the mapping on these eaves here. That's going to be in the roof. That should be in the roof. Let's hide that for a second. Yeah. Unhide roof. Alrighty then, so let's get in here. We'll unwrap that. And let's see, editor, bring in our texture. I don't know why it's showing all these multiple instances. I don't know what that is, but they're all the same, so I guess matter. Polygon, we want to select this one, and I need to reacquaint myself as far as where these are at, which is right here. Yeah. Whoa, what are you doing? So what I want to do is get these lined up a little bit better. So that's where that one's at. This side. Okay, I see what I did. I wonder why those don't line up then. That should line up better than that. That should be pretty much all grid snapped into that. The fact that those don't line up. That's okay. Won't fix it. I'm almost thinking on the texture itself. I could go so far. But I do have that all white. Hold on. Back that up. So in here it's all white. Well, that's for. Okay, hold on again. What's map? Okay, that's in this area. Okay, put the gable. That's all the fascia up in that area. Alright, just trying to figure out how I want to fix this. Let's go this way. We're going to do an F2. If I still have it selected, I just toggled off as far as highlighting it. Let me see if I try to flip this. Yeah, that might be all we have to do right there. Sweet. Oh, it lines up. Good deal. Yeah, we already got them pretty much all grid snapped, I guess, as far as in that area. It just needed to be flipped on the one side. Cool. So there's that one. Do the other gable end. Minor touches to it. Minor corrections. Try and do the same thing on this side. That one. Go. Wait a minute. What's that do? Oh, I see what I did wrong. Son of a gun. I forgot to select this little piece down here. Crud. Must have did that on the other side too. I might have boo-booed. That's okay. I just have to redo it is all. Flip this one. Wait a minute, does that not have it on this side? Right here. Well, this end doesn't have that. That's interesting. So this end has got a piece here. I guess I can probably take that out. That little sliver on this side. So I made it all one piece on the other gable end. Yeah, because this side don't even have that. Okay, got it. Let me check this side here. Why? That on both. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, that's all one piece there. So I got a little sliver on the other side there. On these ends here, I got them all one piece. Might change that. Okay, no problem. No problem. Slight oversight. What I should be able to do is to get that out of there. I can bring that whole end down there, snap it. Fill that in. Yep, should be able to do it. No problem, Torch. Alright, so what I need to do is actually collapse this down. Hold that. And we need to take this poly out. We got a little bit of cleanup to do here on the model is all. And then now we just need to take these verts on this, yeah. Oop, that's edge. Vert. And we're going to do a vert snap. Here. Yeah. Right. Gotta make sure I have the proper one. I want to do it like so. Awesome. That fixed that problem pretty quickly. Now, the other question is, do I want the seams on this one here to be a little more centered up? The fact that it's kind of closer to the building. This end, kind of the other way around. So, what I might do is actually flip that so it looks the same. I like this one better. Where's the seams are, the ribs. That Eve. Yeah. Let's go ahead and we're going to take these two. Actually, we need to re-unmap it. So, on the roof, we'll go ahead and unwrap it. That, bring our texture. I should be able to do so I can do them both at the same time here. Do it from rollout. Grab that one and this one. And just go ahead and flip it that way. Doing F2. There we go. Now we should have the same orientation of those ribs as we do on both gable ends. Oh, so we got the same amount of spacing on this edge. Close of the building. Yep, I like that much better. Cool. So just a little bit of cleanup there, though. One thing it looks like I also need to do, I guess they still got the shading around this door. We don't need that anymore now that we've got the inset. And I think I've also got the shading around the other doors too. We can probably take that out. Yep. Gotta turn that off. So, yep, so we should be able to turn that off. Don't need that anymore. I mean, we could leave it on there if we wanted to, but I don't think we really need it anymore. I'm gonna do a little bit more cleanup here in the texture, so that must be in the background. So we got here. Yeah, I want to clean this up here. Sure. Make it a little neater, is all. Beans. Alright, now I think what I want to do, so this is mostly trying to get it to the point where I want to get it all collapsed, and I'm going to create a new wire. Hey, what's going on there, Tough SOB? How's your Saturday going? Alright, so I think we're pretty much done with the exterior of this thing. Let's go ahead and collapse that down since we're satisfied with the mapping of those eaves. Hold that. Alrighty then. So if we render this, we shouldn't have anything on here, even though it does show in perspective view here. Don't have anything in the interior. What's the way it's supposed to be? Now if we bring in the exterior, interior, and hide that, we got that as building to interior. Now if we render that, that's what we get. So that's what's going to look like basically from the interior. So what I'm already noticing what I don't want on the interior, this piece here, we'll have to remove that from the interior. Yep, from the interior model. Yep. Alright, so let's hide the exterior and work on the interior a little bit. Okay, so yeah, as you can see here, we're going to leave this door closed. I think that's the way we've got it, even in the model here. Let me switch this back over. Let's switch this back over. So if we go... Nope, that's not what I want. State switch variable. We're going to switch this over to 2. Going to have the doors open. And we can see what this looks like currently or any modification. So both these doors on this gable end are closed. We want to make it so that this door is open. We'll leave this one closed. And that's going to be relevant both on the interior and the exterior. Okay. So on this interior part of the model, that's what I got in here, is just the interior by itself. Well, with maybe a couple other things, but we're going to work primarily on this interior. And what we want to do is remove this this door piece from the interior. You don't need that. Bye bye. Just like we did it for the other doors, we don't have those doors on the interior part of the building. We're going to keep this one on here because it's going to be closed at all times, no matter what session we're in. Okay, so that's going to be our interior. Wait a minute, what happened to... Hide that. Good with that. What is going on with this here? So there are pinnacles. Wait a minute, what happened there? Why is that piece? Hold on. Did I not retach that? I thought I did. Unhide. What in the world? happened to that piece I detached there? Let me render that. Oh crap, where did that piece go? Did I delete that by accident? I might have. Oh damn. How did I do that? I don't even remember doing that. So the piece that we had detached here somehow was gone away. How did that happen? Make sure it's not hidden. What in the world did I do there? Okay. Oh, you know what? I know what I did. Shoot. I collapsed it to the building and not the pinnacle. That's what I did wrong. Okay, let's unhide the exterior for a second. Yep, that's what I did. Alright, no problem. So, let me fix that. Let me fix that. So, we need to go here. Select it. Nope, that's on the pinnacle. I need the... Come on now. Alright, I'll give me the building. Okay, thank you. So I need this poly. So what I did when I collapsed it to the building and not the pinnacle. And I recollapsed this poly here that I detached earlier. So I just did that wrong. So we need to detach it again and put it to pinnacle instead of building. That's about all. Okay. Now that we've got that done, now we can go pinnacle, then object. That's what we want to collapse it to. Our hammer, selected. We affect that pivot. Good. Let's do our X form. Yeah, so set the X form, reset that. And let's see where we're at there. So that looks good. Last all. And convert that back to an editable poly. There. Now I got that where it should be. Now if we hide the exterior, that should remain. Cool. Let's bring back the interior. I think we pretty much got everything done that we want. There. Sweet. Awesome. What I do want to add to this interior is the ceiling. That's what I want to get back to. So we're on the interior, I guess as far as the building too. I'm going to add a plane into here so that we can add a ceiling into this interior. So that when the doors are open, it's not going to be all hollow up here in the roof part of it. So it'll just be a simple plane. So I think the approach I'm going to take to do this, again, always a couple of different ways to do it. I think I'm just going to build it off this edge. That's basically the level I want to have it at. I can either take on either gable end. Yeah, so either... Yeah, the fact that this one's got the cutout here for that would probably be easier to use this one. So I'm going to grab this edge right now. And I'm going to do a shift drag out. That's the level I want it at, and just bring it over to the other end and be able to snap that for the other end by a vertex. Okay, let's shift drag that out. It's going to have the wrong texture on it as far as the mapping to it. We're going to correct that. Not going to worry about that. Now we want to do a vert snap. Grab this vert. And we want to snap it to that corner there. Try to get the right. Wow, that looks funky when I look at it that way. Yeah, we want to get it snapped right to that corner. That vert right there. Drag it this way and snap it right. We're basically just lining it up with this edge right here on this gable end. For clarity, we'll grab this vert. Same thing on this end. There you have it. So now we got our ceiling for the building. Now we just gotta get it remapped. What I'm gonna do is adjust the texture so we can actually map that what we want to show on that. Make sure this is not flipped. Nope, that's facing the right direction. Proper direction. Sweet. Now let's go to our texture and we'll do some modification stats. I'm gonna add this. This is what James had given me. Potentially use. Gets as far as for this pavilion. I think I'm going to utilize it. I'm going to squeeze it right in here. Not using this area right here. You might lose a little bit of detail on that, but I think that should be all right. And I've always got this this texture by itself. It gets to work with it. If it tends to squish it down too much and lose too much detail, I can always map it to a different area on the texture. But I'm going to try right here for now. So the orientation of this, we're going to rotate this. In this case, we're going to go to the left, 90 degrees, all layers. That. And don't really need these gray areas. Good. Give me a second, folks. Need a drink. I don't know if this is weather or what the deal is, but holy crap. Throat got all clogged up with a bunch of junk. Okay, anyway. So this is the orientation of that. We don't really need a lot of this gray on the end here. So I might just go ahead and crop that. That. Now we can take this and copy it. And I'm going to put this in the texture layer. Actually, I might create this in a separate layer for now. That way it's not stepping on what I've already got in here. Yeah, we'll put it above the, just like the weather vane. I might be able to combine some of these layers later on. Necessary. I think for now I'm going to keep it as a separate layer. Okay, this is a new layer. Oh wow, that's stupid. Kind of figured it was going to be. Yeah, here. So we are at 87. We're only 256 high. Earn that so information. Oh, 512 high, my bad. We are 512. And then this one is 557. So if we go at least 512 high, we should be okay. That way, well, we don't want it to. Never mind. We need to be less than that because we got to get in this little area. But anyway, it gives us some idea of what size we don't want it to be. So let's do image resize. Let's do, I don't know, 150 high. Actually, that's direction. Well, I did a pixel resize on that too. We can probably do the smart size on it. Yeah. I can take this off the pixel resize and put it back to smart size. That way it doesn't much detail. We only needed the pixel resize to get this resize. Because we had the transparency that we want. Copy. We already got the layer established, so this says a new selection. Oh, look at that. I couldn't have guessed that any better. It's crazy. Perfect. Alright. We're going to start with this one here. Still got plenty of detail in there, I feel. It's not bad at all. I'm not that much displeased with that. To rename, we're going to name this ceiling. So this is what our texture looks like here so far. Let's go ahead and save this as a new layer template for starters. Yep. Now we'll go ahead and punch it all down. Save that as a bitmap. Okay, and then we're going to run that through WinMit 2 so we can make a TGA that'll have an alpha channel. 2. Open up that bitmap. Again, it's all summary. We want to choose our color we want to have the alpha channel in this case the magenta. Left shift, mouse pointer, left click, and TGA, and then save. We already got a TGA established. We're just going to overwrite. Yes. Let it do its thing. Close that out. Now we should be able to have our new texture in here. Now it's still not going to have that mapped properly. We still got to unwrap that. That's going to be the next step. So let's confirm that we do have. There we go. So we got our ceiling into our new texture. That's updated. Now we can take, with our building 2 interior selected, we'll go unwrap. Open our UV editor. Bring in our texture, and then we can map that poly. Now, right now it's going to be just on an edge because of the way we created that poly. So, in order to get that poly selected, I'm going to do it from the perspective here, from the viewport. Go polygon. There it is. That is selected. It's going to show it on an edge right now because of the way we created that poly. So what I'm going to do is just do a quick planer. Okay, and then from here we can actually size it up to where the ceiling is in our texture, where we put that. And we can see that populating here. Alrighty then. And it looks like the orientation looks about right. Oop. Zoom in on this. Trying to get this all in one picture so you can see how that's oriented. That's exactly what I was looking for, to have the beams going across this way, tucked along the center, and you got all the vents, where those happen to be on the towards the doors. I don't know if those are vents. I don't know what that is actually. Let me back to the size. I think those are lights actually. Yeah, so these are lights and then these are vents. You got the one main trunk, I guess, as far as all the ventilation. These are beams that go across, kind of hold the metal ductwork in there, and then you got these are lights, light fixtures. If I remember right, as far as the way James did that for previously. Yeah, I think that's going to work out really nice for our. We can go ahead and render this. So let's go bottom down. Render that. See how that looks. Cool. What do we got going on here? Okay, so these are the peaks, I guess, as far as for the gables. What's going on in this spot? I'm gonna have to check that again. That's on the back side. So this is what we're considering the front side, which is the track side that has the longer eave, you know, the more expansive eave. I want to double check this over. Oh, I remember what's going on now. I might have to check that peak on that backside peak. That's what's going on there. I can see. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So that looks good there. Good on that. Yeah. So again, you can see what is not going to show. Yeah, so the fact that I don't have all that showing, we don't need all that for the interior. That's what it should look like. When the doors are open, we'll have a ceiling in it now. Not just be all hollow up on the roof side. Let me render this real quick. Trying to remember what I did there, so I took those gables off there. I do need to fix. I'm gonna go ahead and collapse this down. We're good on the interior. So that's all part of the roof there. Trying to by there, so we got collapsed all hold it. Yeah. Now we need to go back to the roof. Let's hide this guy, so we're pretty much done with that for now. I need to fix this peak part here. Yeah, so on this peak part, we're kind of offset there. Let's go bottom down. Let's do an unwrap on this. So much the same as we did on the two other gable ends, as far as to line these ribs up, these seams or what have you. Need to do the same this peak. Not a big deal. Okay, uptime, so we're just over 7 minutes. Okay, cool. Just making sure that didn't freeze on us. Seem to be running good. It stays that way. Alright, so with the unwrap on the roof here, we need to open up the UV editor, mirror texture, and we should be over in this area. We'll be up over here again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these polys, I guess as far as from this end. Selected, yep. So what I want is to maintain, I guess as far as this spacing, much the same as we did at the other gables. We got this one seam that's closer to this edge. We need to flip this one so it lines up with that one. That's selected. Go ahead and go that. That should correct it. Looks good here. That lines up same as it does on the other side. Now, if we really want to get particular with this one here, we want to get these part of these here to line up with everything else. Something else we want to adjust here. On this one, same thing. Excuse me. Flip it that way. That one's still off a little bit. Okay. That one we may have to do a little bit more adjustment there so we can get that to line up there. Okay. Looks like actually on this one here I put it in a different location. Move that over here. Alright, now it's just a matter of getting this, probably just grid snap this. Be able to just grid snap this. I didn't realize, I guess it had that little sliver, I guess as far as all by itself. Okay. In any case, we could select that separately. That piece. And we're going to move that down here. So that we can grid snap that. Here. Alright, that should work. Now let's do this. We'll go to the vertex level. The grid snaps on. Like that. Should work. Now we'll get it up on the top here. Yep, let's do the same up here. A little bit of cleanup. Cool. That should line up all the way through on that one side at least. So off from this peak, it goes straight, and then it comes back that part of the all line up really nice now. Let's do that on this other side of the peak. Yep. 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 Alright, let's, polygons, this, that one at. What in the world is going on with that one? We may have to... Wow, that one got funky there for some reason. Well, we got some overlapping polys there. How the heck did that happen? Okay, we got a little bit of cleanup to do on the model, looks like. Yeah, so I got it over here too. We got some overlapping pieces here. Let me render that real quick. Yeah, we definitely got some overlapping pieces. So let's throw some polys in there we could probably remove. I'll deal with that once I have this here. Got that piece. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely gonna clean that up there. Let's do a quick planner on that. Oh, that mackerel. So like this. See the orientation, so it's red on the bottom here, so it's actually, that orientation of it should be the way we want it. Yep. Perfect. Right. So all we need to do, we'll line this up with this other one we already, holy mackerel. Let's put this off to the side for a second. We got a mess in here for some reason. This, that's all the fascia. Yeah, this is what I need to get out of here. There's a couple of polys in here that we don't need. That's good there, but this is no bueno. Alright, I got some cleanup to do on the model. So let's go ahead and collapse this down for a second. We'll get back to unwrapping it. Got some polys that are kind of overlapping here, I don't like. So we got an edible poly. Yep, so these here I can get rid of. I want to make sure I just have it straight across there like that. Yep, that's short. Same over here. That's good there. We want to get rid of that. Cool, that should work. That'll work. Now, if we render that really quick, we should be able to see. It'll look better once I map it. Okay, let's go unwrap it again. Our texture. Grab this poly. Both of these guys are at now. So we still got, okay, so that must be the other side. I'll be down. We got this one and this one. Where's those at? Let's see, where are those at? That's all this. Huh. Still got some garbage in here. What's this one here? Little sliver in there. What is that sliver? Where's that at? The heck is that? Huh. Still got a little bit of garbage in here, it looks like. Just trying to determine where that all is at. Here, let me scale this down a little bit. free that up. So where's this at? That is right there. Okay. Break that up. I'm gonna have to re-grid snap all this. What is this garbage here? What is that? Okay, so that one's this. Why is that cut off there? Huh? Oh, that's not good. Okay, hold on. Hold on, what is going on here? Got some cleanup to do there. Cleanup on aisle something or other. Let's see. So that's like there. We got a little sliver of poly here, but if I adjust it this way, you can see what's going on here. We got some kind of mess in there, and so where all that's at. But on this side, that seems good. That must be grabbing this here. Oh, I don't know why that's all messed up here. I might. Okay, let me on. I got an idea. We're gonna make this right. I'm liking the way that turned out. So let's collapse this down here for a second. Not liking that. So what we're gonna do, edible poly. We need to clean up some of these here. These are kind of ugly. What I'll do, yeah, I should be able to. So I'll have that to be able to snap back that height. Maybe not. Hold on. What I was gonna try and do is see if I can clean this up to just make it one poly and get rid of that sliver there. But the fact that there's really nothing to go by, I guess there kind of is. I'll have this wedge. Yeah, so that should be fine. Yeah, okay, so I'll have a vert there to be able to snap to. Okay, never mind. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to create off of probably this edge. New poly. Yeah. Got a little bit of model cleanup as well. Okay, there's one of the... That's just not one edge. That's interesting. All right, let me go ahead and take this entire poly out. Got some funkiness going on in there. We got some edges that we don't need in there, that's for sure. That can go bye-bye. That might have been remnants, I guess, as far as doing the boolean. I did a while ago. Okay. We're gonna clean this up, though. This one here seems fine. Just on this side, it seemed to be a little wonky there. Okay. So I guess we'll go off of this edge. Build this back up. That should already be mapped to that, and it should already be mapped properly. In theory, as long as I'm building off this edge based on this off it, or this E. Now I can take this vert here, and then all we need is this. Copy this C. And post that to here. Cool. So now it's just got one poly there instead of that chopped up piece there. Then from here, I'll be able to build off that edge and go all the way back up to the peak. Snap it up to the. Let's go back to edge. Yeah, turn that off. Let's do it this way. And we can take this. Snap. Here. And then snap this. Or get the right one. That's what. That should be this. That guy. Here. There we go. Now the mapping of that should be, as it should be, since the way we built it off each edge there, it should already have proper orientation of mapping. We're definitely going to double check that in the UV unwrap, but what I can tell here, though. Cool. That'll work. Let's check it on this side. I'll do the same thing on this side here. Is this? I'll spank this out, build that off the edge, this edge here, like I did on the other side. Go. Okay. Yeah, I like how that looks. Very nice. Okay, let's go polygon. Those out. Go to edge. Build off this edge. Go. And we can just snap that. There. I guess I got the same issue going on this side here too. I noticed there's a vert right in the center of this, and we shouldn't have that. Alright, so I might do the same thing on this side. Yep, I'll do the same thing. As far as to take this poly, that out, and we'll build off that edge. Not liking all the yeah, the fact that it's got a vert right here, I don't know what that's there for. Let's see if we can get that out. No. Probably all I really needed to do is just to delete that vert, but it's not going to hurt anything. We're going to just clean that all up, just to make sure it's all uniform on both sides. Get all that nonsense out of there. So let's put an edge. Let's turn that off for a sec. Vertex and put that up to the peak. Wow, that really. Where did other vert go? Can't do that. Where'd the doggone vert go? Let me try the inside one first. Let's do this one first. Snap it right up to there. Go. I can take this guy. Like that. Beautiful. Alright, so that's actually flipped for some reason. Oh, okay. I guess that was flipped all the way. Okay, so we got the wrong orientation of the texture, so the fact that we got this seam is closer to that edge. We don't have the same thing going on this side. No problem. We'll be able to redo that UV map That it runs same seam, I guess, as far as all the way through. Alright, so we got all the modeling done. That's good. Good. Now we'll just, okay, you map it. Let's do unwrap. I do this. Here, texture. Push this out a little bit. Going to be working mostly over here. You might have to do a fresh grid snap on that, but that'll be alright. We need to grab this guy and here. Well, it's not even in the same spot. I wonder why. Oh, wonder why. Alright, let me move this guy over here. Oh, come on, man. You're gonna do that to me like that. Hold on. Press this down. Why are you doing me like that? Okay. Weird. Okay, so we might have to do just another quick planer. So, oh, what in the world is going on there? Oh, on an angle. Weird. Okay, no problem. Let's get it out this way. We'll straighten it out. We'll straighten this thing right out. Let's go to vertex level. Straighten it out this way. Straighten her out that way. This way. Now, poly level. And should be able to turn it each way. I'm gonna put this off to the side for now. Alright, so where's this guy at? He's right there. Yeah, we definitely gotta do a quick planer on that one there. So we built that off an edge. Okay, turn it this way. Definitely gonna need to do some grid snapping. That's okay. Yep, that was also off an edge. That turned out a lot better than the other one did. Alright, so looking like we gotta redo all of this on this end. So that. Planer. Put these all in one area. We're gonna get them all repositioned or realign, I guess, as far as in our. We'll get it fixed up here in just a moment. Planer. That way. Only seems to be in. Okay, I'm seeing what it's doing. I wonder why though. So on this part, as well as this one I did over here, was puts it on an angle for some reason. Not that we can't fix it though. So let's do this. Roughly straightened out. Go to vertex level. Straighten it out. That out. Okay, now we can go back to poly level. That and rotate. Okay, now we can do. Okay, where's this guy at? That guy. Right there. Okay. That one's all by itself. So all these other pieces we've got this part. Okay. So move this guy over this way a little bit. So that's basically the front edge, track side, eve, as far as for that. That's, and we'll put all the back side, I guess, as far as in this, get them all in the same. So these here should be the peaks here. Don't really want to mess with those. I do want to re-grid snap it. Kind of mess these up here. Let's see. We got a little sliver in here somehow. Where's that sliver coming from? What the world? Okay, so that's that one. Okay. Trying to find out where that little sliver is. It's probably not a sliver, it's probably just the fact that it's on an angle. It's not completely straight across. I think that's all it is. Alright. But it looks like it's all it is. Alright, then, so we'll just extend this out. What I should be able to do, knowing that, turn my grid snaps on, go to vertex level, and we'll just straighten this out. So, and then we should be able to take these and snap them like that. I was just trying to ensure that it wasn't actually a sliver that was in that. It's just the fact that these edges on these gable eaves here, they weren't straight across on the wire, at least anyway. We're gonna make them straight. There we go. Okie dokie. Cool. Now we can be able to take all of these pieces here and basically just grid snap them to that spot. This should get us all oriented properly. And so where's this guy at? That guy. Oh, that's just that little guy. That's just that little guy right there. You can even go so far on these little pieces here. Scale this down a little bit. You can put those below these longer strips here. Put them right down here, but we'll grid snap it. You comply with this size. Got a little bit of padding. Go to the vertex level. Snap that. Snap that. And then I think also what I'll do is just slide this down. Nope. So that way we know they're the little pieces. And we can even go so far as to go like this. Oh, that's the wrong orientation though. Hold on. We need to actually turn this. Should have probably checked that first, I guess, before I problem. No problem. Go back to vertex level. Grid snap. How did that turn out? So yep, we got that. That seam here is on that outside edge. That's exactly where we want it. We got the proper orientation side to side. Cool. Now we can go back to here. Slide that down. We'll put that guy right down. Cool. Now we can go. See, where's this? Oh yeah. That's that one right here. Let's see if we got the right orientation on this. Looks like it from what I can see. Pick this up. Yeah, this is not to be expected, I guess, as far as you have to clean up some of the UV mapping as you go around. I knew the eaves were pretty messed up, but I didn't think it was going to be quite this involved, but it's not unusual for that to happen. Alright, making sure the stream still didn't freeze up on us. I think we're still good to go. What's our timer at? Alright, cool. Q. Alright, now let's go ahead and grid snap this guy. The vertex level. Alright, that's all it comes down. So we're just cleaning up, I guess, as far as the way the eaves are oriented, you know, on those polys, you know, as far as the wire. Like, I already see I need to flip that one, it looks like. Let's go like that, and we'll go like that. There, now we got it all nice and lined up. And that's the same as it is on the front side eve, and the, well, not the front side, but these gable ends. We got that shorter seam, or whatever you want to call it, I guess, as far as that distance between the outside edge. We got the same amount of spacing, so we got the same orientation as it does on the gables. Here. That's what I was going for. Alright, next. This poly. Looks like that's good. We just need to size that up, put it in here. Cool. This will make the wire for the model, I guess, as far as within the texture, kind of nice and tidy as well. And so let's grid snap that. Okay, let's see how we're oriented here. From the peak, yep, that's good. Awesome. This little guy, let's get the, put it same as we already oriented this one here. Yep, this would already be oriented right. Just need to size it up and grid snap it to this little guy. Whoa, there. Got a little nuts there on the mouse scroll. And whoops, nope, we got the wrong orientation on that one again. Okay, so let's go this way. That. We need to flip this way. Oh, this one actually needs to go. Hold on. Oh, okay. We gotta rotate that way. Oh, I probably had it right. Hold on. There we go. So we need to go that way and flip it this way. There we go. Now we just got to get a grid snap. That was a little wonky. There. Oh, nice. Smooth transition there. Let's go. So we got 2 more pieces left. So we got make sure. Oh, we got to get this one here. Yeah, okay. So we got left. Let's see what we got now. Okay, that's pretty close. So I'm leaving myself enough, just a little bit of a buffer or padding, so that I can actually select birds that I need to be able to grid snap them. And how we do orientation wise. Beautiful. Perfect. Alright, now I'm just gonna get the other side. No. Last piece. Whoa. This mouse scroll is being crazy. That's good. Next level. Snap. Grid snap. I guess it's kind of a vertex snap in a way, so we're in vertex level. There we go. And our orientation is great. Awesome. That's, we got all the eaves remapped. I guess this first to me look a little bit more presentable. See what we look like now. Do a quick render of that. Not really much to see there. Let's go bottom down like this. Pick each end and see how those line up without even rendering it. Okay. I think that lines up there. So other than the fact that we got the little bit of viewport shading, I guess, and then it's the only thing. These seams actually do line up. Wait a minute, off that peak side. Let me double check that. Oh, this is not lining up. This needs to flip here. So it lines up here, but not on this. Okay, cool. This. And all we need to do is that. That's better. Yeah, see now we can tell it all the way through. So this is where the peak is. Roughly where that seam is, you can see where that peak is at. It all lines up through. Render that. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, we're good with that mapping. Then we'll go ahead and collapse that down. We are satisfied with that. Alrighty then. Yeah, that was definitely a little bit more work, I guess I like that, but it was definitely much needed. Much needed. Okay then, so that's our roof. Should have our roof pinnacle and weather vanes in here, yep. Let's bring in our building exterior and our interior. And let's look at this its entirety. So we'll just put it on an angle here, so we'll be able to have an interior, we'll be able to see the exterior, interior, the ceiling, all that good stuff. There we go. Now it's not going to have any doors on the interior because when the doors are open, we remove those doors from the interior. So that's the way we've designed this model. So when they're shut, spin this back around, when they're closed, that's all going to be hollow on the inside because it's not going to have any interior. That was by design, I guess, to do it that way. So the fact that we're not seeing any doors where there are doors on the exterior, that's by design. Because the only time the interior is going to show is when the doors are open. Okay? Otherwise it'll be hollow once the doors are shut. So this is how it'll look. Let me hide the interior. So this is how it'll look when the doors are closed. This would be during testing, qualify, so on, anything other than race session. That's how it'll look on the inside. All hollow. So if you're seeing just the edge of the roof, that's only because it's on the outside of it. Hanging over, I guess, as far as the exterior. But for the most part, the whole interior is going to be hollow. Okay. Two lanes. Alright, so let me get this saved. Pretty much satisfied, I guess, as far as with how that's all turned out. between our texture and the model itself. I'm gonna get this set up on the startup screen here. We'll get our ground plane. And what the heck, we'll bring in our building 2 and save this. So this one we're doing as new B. Okay. Stay right over that. We did actually do cleaned and fixed up quite a bit there, I guess, as far as especially with the eaves there. It was a little bit more involved than I was expecting, but definitely much needed, like I said. Alright, so this is our starting scene, I guess, as far as to bring out. So I got a separate scene in here that I've got saved. That is for the collapsed version, which is what we'll be able to make our individual 3DS files with. So we'll make a collapsed version without any of the other junk in it as well. I don't know why that date doesn't update. That's weird. This is the one we just saved. Yep, that's today. Okay, just wanted to make sure. This is the one we just saved that has all the pieces that are separated out. We'll make a totally collapsed version as far as for the interior and exterior and so on, so that we can create those individual the 3DS file, put into Max 5 and create our pass file and so on. So that's what we're going to do next. So let's bring out all this stuff now that we got this saved. Bring out all this stuff that we don't need. A lot of these are just some of our older rulers and stuff like that, but we're kind of using those for reference to make sure that we had everything the proper proper scale and size, measurement, and all that kind of good stuff. Alright, now we got everything out. We're gonna go select all. I don't need, so we only want to keep the building interior and exterior. We need the weather vanes and the roof and the pinnacle. Yep, all that we can get rid of what's highlighted. That can go bye-bye. What I am going to do for the exteriors, I'm going to combine the pinnacle, the roof together. And then I think I left the interior by itself. I'm trying to remember how I did this for the pretty sure I left the interior by itself. Let me double check my script here. Gotta refresh my memory. That's how I did it. Okay. What we did, we used one pass file, but we had two different meshes. So we had building and building 2. Building 2 represents the interior. But I think what I did with this one here, I combined. I gotta remember what I did. Alright, what I'm gonna do first is at least is get the pinnacle, the roof, and the weather vanes all one piece. I know I need it that way at least. Anyway. So we'll do building, pinnacle. I'm gonna do this first, and then I'll do the roof, the building, roof, and weather vanes, I guess, secondly. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because the roof has a little bit more complexity to it, that's the only reason why I'm gonna take this step. So instead of selecting all these in one fall swoop, and just collapse them all together, the roof has a little bit more complexity to it as far as the angles and such to it. It's not as simple as a shape. So that's the only reason why I'm taking this approach. Just to ensure that nothing's going to get thrown on a whack as far as when I collapse it. So we're going to do building and pinnacles. Start. Two objects. We'll go collapse. Selected. Okay, so now we're left with that. Go ahead and affect the pivot. Reset the X-form. I'm probably going a little bit overboard with the resetting the X-form and all that stuff, but I'm being extra cautious, I guess. Yep, that looks good. Collapse that. Cool. Now I can go building, roof, and then the weather vanes. Work. Collapse selected. I could probably even go so much further, go the roof and then actually collapse the weather vanes to the roof, and then go from that collapse and then attach that to the building. I could have went another step if I wanted to, but I think from what I'm seeing here so far that should be fine. Yeah, I think that'll work. So what we got on our list now is just the building and building 2, which is our interior. That's what I wanted to get to. Following, or doesn't really matter, but I guess I'm just to maintain some consistency here. So I'm going to make this a totally collapsed version of our model in this scene. As far as this, I'm going to create a scene file for it. Okay. Yeah, so let me re-effect the pivot. Set the X4. Good. That's all. Sweet. Now we should have building 2 ready to set. We didn't do anything to the building 2 as far as the need to collapse it. Most of all of our components to our building is going to be on the exterior. So at this point, it's going to be our weather vanes, our pinnacle, the roof, exterior. The only thing that's going to change from one mesh to the other is the interior. Okay. I think what I did, and I'm trying to remember how I did it. I'm going to save this scene, just like it is for now. Yeah, I think when I remember what I did was I cloned the exterior. It's basically the building 2 is going to show it with the doors open. That should already have the mapping. That's what I'm trying to remember. How did I do that? It's been a while since I've had to do that too. I'll have to create a clone of this exterior and then remap that, I guess, as far as for the transed area on our texture. I think that's what I had to do. Pretty sure that's what I did. I'm gonna open up crap. Alright, hold on. I really lost, I guess, as far as what I did. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take new B collapse. I'm gonna create a new scene. I'm gonna go back to this one and I'm gonna look and see what I did. I can't remember. I'll save as collapse. We're going to do this as a new B. Collapse, yep. That'll be a totally separate scene. And then I'm going to go open other collapsed one. This is the old collapsed one. And I just want to see what I did. Alright, so what I did on this one, hide that. That is what I did. So you can see how that's transposed. So this is just all building 2. So the fact that it's got the areas of the doors that are in the trans area of the texture, but it also includes the interior. So the building 2 includes the interior, whereas the building, the first building only shows just the exterior with the doors closed. That's what I needed to confirm. So I do have building 2 to include the interior with the doors mapped, I guess, as far as to that trans area on the texture. I needed to confirm. Alright. So this is our old model here, though, just to kind of show it doesn't have the weather vanes on it and all the corrections that we made, I guess, as far as to the inset of this door and so on. So I don't want to go by this scene. No, I don't want to. So let's open up this new B collapse, which is this guy. Okay. This is the one I want to work with. So what I'm going to need to do is on this building, I need to clone this guy. Copy. And we'll just do this building 1 because we're going to end up collapsing it down. Cool. Now we've got building 01, which is going to serve as our exterior for our interior, if that makes sense. And I'll collapse these two together. Let me hide this guy. Now all we got left is just the one I cloned, and this one here. So I'm going to collapse these two together and make it just building 2. And what I can do is name this building 2. And what this is going to serve as, just for clarity, this version of the model that's going to be in the same pass file is only going to load during race. It'll have the interior included with it. The other one will just be hollow on the interior. Door is closed. And we'll be able to control it based on what we see in our script here, which one shows in what session. Okay. So instead of creating 2 separate 3DOs or even a separate pass file that controls that, which you can also do, this is just another method to be able to use just one pass file and have it all included into one pass file as far as the meshes that you want to work with, and pull those out during what session that you want based on the containers that you create in your script. Okay. So we got everything that we need at this point. This is building 2, which is going to serve as our... what I need to do on this one yet is remap these doors, I guess, as far as to that transed area for texture. The only difference before I go ahead and save it again, scene again. So let's do an unwrap on this. Okay, and then we're going to select these doors like that. Open up our AV edit. Okay, and then we're going to texture. So right now they're mapped to this one here as far as the door is closed. We want to bring them over here, at least for this mesh. And I'm going to do these one at a time and just grid snap them once I get them all into the location that I want them. Because part of the reason for that is they're not all the same size door, as far as the size of the wire. As far as the scaling of it, it's going to be a little bit different. Which, even after I say that, it's not really going to matter, because when we put it in, we can make it any size we want over here. This is going to make it transparent. So, in all reality, it probably don't really matter. We can probably go ahead and select all of these, like so. In fact, I'll just go ahead and do that. On a highlight there. So we can go ahead and select all of these like that. We'll just make it easy. We'll make it easier on ourselves. So we got them all selected. You can see they're all in this area. So all we got to do is just slide them all over to this area. Into our transed area. Here. Let me give it a little bit of a buffer on that off the texture. And all those for this model in the mesh here, they'll be transed out, but we'll be able to see the interior once that model's loaded in this case, the race session. Okay. That's another reason why, I guess, as far as you create the separate model where it's all collapsed with the interior and the exterior, so that we can remap where that area for the doors is, because we want them to be transed out and otherwise give the appearance that they're open. It'll be more like this right here. Have this look to it. Obviously, this is the older model. The new one that we just created will have a ceiling. Oops, what the heck are you doing? God, I hate when it does that. Wouldn't let go of my mouse. So in any case here, what our new model will have is a ceiling under that, so it won't be all hollow. And then this door will also be open. That's amongst the changes. And then it'll have the the weather vanes up on the pinnacles as well. Plenty of adjustments that we made to this model. Okay, so How are we doing time-wise? So we're just over 2 hours. Making pretty good time. Alrighty then. Okay. We got our... We're not making any adjustments to our script. Our script is still fine just the way it is. The only thing is we need to create the new pass file based on our new construct of our model. What I need to do, I'll go ahead and collapse our mapping down. And so what we should have in our model now is on hide building. We've got, the only thing we got in here is our building and building 2. Building 2 is going to serve as the ones that are doors open with the interior. This other one here is going to be with the doors closed where the inside is hollow. That's the only thing we got going on here. So we can save this scene. Collapse will save as. Cool. Now the other one, the other scene I could probably actually delete if I sort of wanted to, because that's an old model. Yeah. So this one we'll keep. This other one here we can potentially get rid of, as well as probably this one here. I'll clean that up later, because as far as because at this point here, this is really all of our new model as far as like the current configuration that we have to that, with all the amenities to it between these two scenes. So this is the one that has all the separate items. This one's all collapsed, making just the two models that we want to have in our pass file. So from here, you can actually spit out a new 3DS right here from Max 14. So let's do that next. We're going to export this to our folder, which is right here. Go to 3DS. We'll go to 3DS and overwrite this guy. Yes. It's going to tell us the texture name and whatever's going to step on the name. We're not worried about that. That's fine. All right, so we got our new 3DS. We'll be able to open this up in Max 5 so we can create our new pass file. That's where we're at next. That's what we're going to do next. We're going to go ahead and close this out. Got everything saved and exported as we need. So let me switch this over to get Max 5 up there and get on that way. Yeah. Set this, and we'll open up Max 5. We're going to get this bad boy into our track. So the fact that the orientation of the model is still the same as it is with the model that's already currently in Sandbox. Just going to have the new amenities too. Let's take a second to get Max 5 loaded up here. Yeah, so that took us about 2 hours to get to that point. And I think that was time well spent. I guess it's looking pretty good, I think. What's going to be the true test, I guess, as far as to see how it actually looks in Sandbox here, and then also into the sim itself. Alrighty then. Okay, so we got Max 5 loaded. Good deal. How's everybody doing out there? Still awake out there? Didn't put anybody to sleep, I hope. I know we got probably some lurkers out there, but we got Max 5 loaded. Let's go ahead and import that 3DS that we created. Cross and 1. Need to load in this guy. Completely replace, do not convert the units. What is going on here? Excuse me? Something didn't work out here. Hold on a second. What in the world is going on here? So I can see the model there. Why is it not showing in the perspective properly? The heck is going on here? Let me reload that. What happened there? Let's try that again. Or why is that not showing in the viewport right? For perspective is in particular. The hell's going on? That's weird. Didn't change my scaling. Haven't done anything like that. What's going on here? The hell is going on? Oh, that's still in meters. Yeah, still meters. Yeah, I didn't change anything. Why the hell is that loading in like that? You know what? It might be because I didn't reset the X-form on it. Very possible. I might have to load that back up. This has happened to me before, just as far as where if you don't reset the X-form, because I did all that collapse, I didn't necessarily do the reset X-form. That's probably why it's not loading into the perspective properly in Max 5. So prior to that 3ds export, when I collapsed the building 2 down in particular, didn't redo the X-form. That could be why. So I think what I'm going to have to do, just back over, I'm going to load this back up into 14 here so we can actually correct that. That's what's going on here. That's the only thing I can think of anyway. Alright, let's get out of Max 5 and load 14 back up. Reload that scene and then double check the X-form on that. I think that's all that's going on anyway. Okay, so slowly back. Let's reload that scene. That's going to be this guy. Yeah, so I think what might have happened, I want to double check to make sure I did not change my units in here. Nope, that's still on meters. Okay, just want to make sure. And nothing changed there. As I say, I don't remember going into that, but something might have punked up there. So let's go into building 2. And let's go here. We'll reset the X-form. Like that. Yeah, this is one step I didn't do. It might have been fine, but the fact that I didn't actually do that after the collapse, and I see I still got it as a mesh too, so that might why it was not loading into perspective view in Max 5. That. I'm gonna redo that. I didn't do that the way I was. I didn't do that the way I was wanted to. Set. Good. Now I want to collapse. Alright, let's resave that scene. Collapse, yes. Now I need to spit out 3DS. Whoop, no, not Texas. And we need to do that as, so there we go. So write that, yes. That's all fine. Alrighty then, let's try this again. So, out, that out. Alright, let's reload. Max 5. See, my desktop's a little bit messy. It happens. Okay, so just loading back up Max 5. Let's see how this works now. Alrighty then, import. Modeling, mesh, cross, tick. Hopefully it loads in properly. Still not loading in. What the heck is going on here? Not understanding this. Why is this not loading in right? It's like zoomed in or something, but I can't 100% tell. What in the pit is going on there? I don't know what is going on there. It doesn't want to load the model in. It's there, but it's like I can't tell if it's zoomed in or zoomed out. What the hell's going on here? Never had to do this. Yeah, both models are in here. Here, let me try doing this here. I go. It's the building. What about building 2? I don't understand that. Can I render this? Let's put this. See, it's not even. What in the daggone heck is going on? I'm confused. I don't understand that. So it's showing in here. Let me see if I can do it from this view. I'm confused. So it renders that way. I wonder why it doesn't want to do it in the perspective view though. That is freaking weird. The model is there. Models, the meshes anyway. But for some reason it doesn't want to show in the perspective properly. I've never messed with anything in here. I had any reason to do that. I'm not sure why it's not showing in the perspective. But almost kind of feel it's kind of zoomed in, but I don't know. Let me see. Go building, vertex. That is super strange. What in the hell are you doing? It's hard to tell if it's zoomed in or if it's zoomed out. I don't know, but the model's there. I don't know what's going on in the perspective view. Anyway, we'll go ahead and create a pass file for this. The only thing is I need to do is make sure we got both these selected. That. Go into our material editor. That is super. Go here, bitmap. Select our GGA. I did do some work with the flag. That's something I said. Well, I'll probably do that in another stream. Yeah, we'll save that for another stream. I guess as far as doing the animated flags, we did figure some things out though with that. Okay, so we need this 3ds. We need the TGA. Cool. And we'll go ahead and apply it. Just out of curiosity, will it let me render it now? Yeah, I don't understand that. Why it doesn't want to show in the perspective. It's showing in the other views. So if I render it this way, goes highlights. See, it's in here. I don't know what's going on with the perspective view. That is super weird. Alright, let's see if we can render this one. Yep, so it's there. Alright, go with it. So we got the texture applied to both the building 1 and the building 2. Now we want to export this. The other thing I wanted to make sure that we do have image alpha is applied to the texture. If we don't have this, we won't have alpha channel to the model itself in general, so we won't get that trans error. So if we don't have this, we do. we'd have to make sure we correct that. We're good to go on that. Got building and building 2. Those are critical, I guess, as far as what we got these named because of the way our script is designed. We are calling out those particular mesh names. Building and building 2. So that is critical. So we got to make sure our meshes are named, what we're calling for in our script, so that script knows what to do once we compile it into a 3DO. Okay, so all that figured out. We're going to export this out to pass file. 3ds create pass, and we want that to be right there. Okay, so we got our pass file. So we overwrote both 3ds and the pass file that we created from last time. So I just want to confirm here. I don't know why it doesn't update this date here for some reason. Yeah. Alright, so now we got everything we need. The only thing we don't have is the MIP, which we'll create that one. Our updated texture. But we need our PGA script and our pass file. Bring that over to our make 3DO directory, which is right here. I already got that up. Okay. Now we can run this through there to at least make the 3DO. Yep, so command prompt. Here we go. I can't remember if I had that up or not. Okay, so we are in the directory that we need to be, I guess, as far as to run command for this. So we're going to go make 3DO alt program. We're using a script, so -s, and the name of our script is this right here. So we'll go property, copy that name, or you can type it in either way. Paste and then .psg. And we don't have any other parameters like reflection or anything like that, so that's all we need, and that should spell our 3DO. Now we should be able to open this initially up in 3D SimEd. There's our model. So this is what it looks like in here. So far we're not seeing it. I am noticing a little bit of magenta bleed. We don't want to go by how it looks in here entirely. I'm going to look and see how it looks in the sandbox. But from what we can initially see here, we do have a little bit of magenta bleed. Probably won't have that actually in the model, but we can see it does have transparency at least there. Alright, close that out. Let's go ahead and cut this, put it into our track edit directory, and I still have the original 3DO prior to doing all of this right here, so good to go on that. Yeah, so this is the original one before we made any changes. What I do need to do is make a new MIP file. We're going to do that. I'm going to here take this TGA, open this up with my MIP. Do the final step. So we open up that TGA. I sure already have that swath or that already created, so that's good. MIP. Don't need to change any other parameters to it. Save as. Save it right in that same. Let it do its thing. Close that out. Now we can take this guy, cut that out, and put that into our track editor. That'll have the new model as well as the new texture in both of our. So now we'll reload the track with the new model. The geometry. New. And we'll reopen the track. This is the only way we can reload a new model into the track is to really close it out. So we got to get to James full. Cross. Right here, and we want to load up this guy. All right, let's see how we did. Alright, there's our model. Now this is in race mode. It's race session, as it opens by default. And we do not have any magenta bleed. What I did notice is that the way I did that plane, so the plane actually goes all the way to the peak there. So the way I did that, we can see that I'll have to make a new wire. It's just the way I did that. I could have made that so that it went closer to the bottom of this, so that it would actually stretch that out to go to the peak. So that might be a little bit of adjustment just to make in the UV mapping, which is not a big deal. I could probably, yeah, we'll take a look at that here in a second here, but I know there's some things we can do to correct that. But for the most part, we do not have any magenta bleed on it. We do have the weather vane on it, and that should show up on both sides. Yep. That's pretty cool. There you go, there's a jackpot. There, you got a jackpot. Maximum one, too. Hell yeah, let's get some GGs. JGs. You're following the channel, you got the GGs emote. Get some GGs out there. I don't know why it's not showing more emotes, I guess, as far as like that. I got broken. I'll have to work on that a little bit more. For the emote. The emote spam. I don't know what's going on with that. Let me check something here real quick. Let me see here. Take a little bit of a break from oh, it's, I don't know why it's not. I don't know. Some things I'm still working out, I guess, as far as that goes. It should be spamming a lot more emotes in the chat. I don't know, on the screen. I'm not sure why. I'll play around with that some more, if I can get that fixed. Yeah, I'll have to do that post stream. It is showing some of the. It should be showing pretty much all the emotes that are put in chat. It's not supposed to be reducing it. It seems to be like minimizing how many emotes are splashing on the screen. So I just have to look. So yeah, getting back to the model. Oh shoot, what happened here? Uh-oh, see, something got stepped on here. This was what I was kind of worried about, because as far as when you do the collapses, it stepped on this. Crap. Alright, so we might have to go back and fix that. It seems to be only on that gable. This is sometimes what will happen with the way you collapse. You'll step on stuff like this, so we're going to have to look and see what happened on this gable end. Something got removed here. Whoops. Crap. But we do have the ceiling in here, so that's cool. Now when the doors are open, you can see the interior with the ceiling on it. That's pretty neat. So some of this did make its way, I guess, on here. I think this did happen, I guess, as far as because of the collapsing. Some will either flipped that poly or completely removed it. That's something you have to watch out for, I guess, as far as the way you're collapsing. So the fact that when I collapsed the building too, and it had so much into it, when I did it in that flap scene, when I did the building 2 and the outside, it obviously stepped on that a little bit. We'll have to go back to that scene and actually see what happened there. But for the most part, it didn't turn out too bad. We got the doors are open. That's by use of the transparency. And it has the ceiling, and it has the weather vanes up on the pinnacles. So yeah, not bad. Other than that being broken. So yep, we got that doors open on the side, and that's the way we designed that on that gable end. I think it looks a heck of a lot better having a ceiling on it, not being all hollow up on the roof side. That looks good. Alright, cool. So we just got a little bit of things to fix here with this gable end and the way the weather vanes are mapped as far as in that particular area. Okay then. Let me go back to... I'm going to close this out. I'm glad to know that even though it doesn't load in the perspective view in Max 5 here, that it still spit the model out relatively in the proper scale and so on. It's a good thing. This... Gotta open up Max 14 and see what we gotta fix up here. Alright. We're gonna get Max 14 loaded back up. And I'm gonna load up that collapsed model. See what happened there. Something got broke. I guess as far as when it did that, that's where I'm thinking it probably did happen. That's what first place we're gonna look. Just give it a second to load. Okay. Now let's find our scene. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Need to open. I got Texas on the brain for some reason. I keep going to the Texas folder. Alright, so we need this guy. Yep, newbie collapsed. And let's see what got broken here. Let me hide the interior. It may just be a matter of that the normal got flipped on it. What I want to check here, so we'll hide that and render it. Okay, that looks fine there. Okay, so that's all the distinct exterior, just the building. Okay. Nothing's broke there. Let me open up building 2. Building 2 is probably going to be the one that's going to be the problem. That was... We collapsed both the interior and exterior on this guy. Under that. That looks fine as well. So I wonder why it's... That is super weird. Alright, let's check it from this level. That one's definitely flipped. I think it's actually selecting the interior. Well, so that's actually more we could probably remove. The fact that we don't... All these polys that are above the ceiling, that's probably something more we can take out of there because those aren't going to be visible. Anything above this line, you can remove on the interior side of it. Now that we've got an actual ceiling, that's some more that we can get out of there. So we can make the basically above the ceiling on the other side of the ceiling all hollow, even on the got some more poly. So what I need to figure out is why this is okay. Weird. Okay. So yeah, these are definitely the exterior's still there. Exterior's still there. I wonder why it's doing that. That is strange. Okay, hold on. I don't know why it's doing that then. But it does have it on the interior. So this is what I was talking about here. Anything above the ceiling, we don't need those polys right here. But I'm trying to figure out at this point is why is it stepping on that poly, the exterior? It's definitely here. Now it may just be when I pass export that it's doing it. Because in here it's fine. So I kind of figure this is where it was causing the problem, but that's 100% there. That's the interior that we don't need. I might actually go ahead and delete that one. Yep, delete that one. Keep that and that. That we're going to need because that's going to be below the ceiling. That's on the interior. Let me render this real quick. Oh, a little too much out. Crap. Let's bring that back. Yeah. Oh. Okay. What the heck's going on there now? Oh, did I snap that to the wrong? I think I did. I snapped that ceiling to the wrong vert. That needs to be snapped. Yep. It's got to be snapped down here. Didn't follow this line going across. Okay, so we'll have to fix that on that other scene. Yeah, we're going to start this process over. So that got a little bit borked on this side. That might be part of the reason why it stepped on that poly too. Alright, so what we're going to do is reload that other scene that's uncollapsed. This one is. We'll start over. While we got that separate scene, I guess as far as to work. Reset that. Don't save that. And we'll open up. Okay, we need. Where's my newbie? This one right here. Okay, so we gotta go all the way back to this one. Let's take out the ground plane. Let's just hide that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Anyway, we can make some more refinements to the model from this level. What I did on the ceiling here, you can even see it here. I snapped it to the wrong vert on this side. Needed to be down here. Which we can fix here. Let's go. That's gonna be on here. We're on building 2 here. We need to snap this guy. Son of a gun. Let me go ahead and hide the exterior so we don't anything else in it. Hide that. Okay, building 2 vertex. Get this fixed right there. I didn't weld it, so I'm hoping I can still be able to get that off of there. I might have to go so far as to detach that ceiling. Yeah, I think that's what I welded. Yeah, we're gonna make it easier on ourselves. We'll go select ceiling, we'll detach it. Now I have it as a separate piece. Now we should be able to fix there and then snap it down here. Alright, so let's go vert snap. Like so. That's where it needs to be. So that Z needs to be copy that. So we can confirm. Make sure it's. I think I got it correct on this end. Oh. So it was just on this other end here, it wasn't. Alright, fix that. Yeah, so that's on. Recollapse this together. Take building 2 interior, object. Hammer. Selected. Okay. Pivot. That. Reset the X form. Good. That's all. Put that back to an editable poly. Okay. Now. The other thing I want to do with this interior, now that we got that corrected, I'm going to take out these polys that we don't need above the ceiling there. Yep, so we should be able to take out let me do like this. So yeah, that should be right. This is all we're working on, just the building too. So that's going to be the ones that were all faced inwards. We're not going to be able to see those polys that I'm removing here. Now that we've got a ceiling. Yeah, so it'll be good. So now that we've adjusted that, clearly see there's kind of creates a hollowness up on the top here now. We can even do that here too. This anymore? Or take all these polys that we don't need. Oh, actually, with all the stuff that we've added, we can actually take away from, eliminate polys that are not visible. Oh. This is actually a good thing. This. No, actually, that no. Need to leave that in there because that's still part of the interior. That'll be fine. Yep. Cool. Yeah, so we'll be able to hollow that out on this interior model. Sweet. That will work. Hopefully that'll correct the problem with what we're dealing with our model that we compiled here. And it won't do that. And hopefully we're going to try this. Create a new 3DS and all that stuff. Well, that's good on that building interior. Let's unhide building. And let's hide the building too. Check that. Now we just got the exterior. You can see how this is. That's good. Alright. The exterior should still be fine. Alright, let's create a new starting scenes here. So we're gonna go on hide. Oh, I know the other thing I want to do while I was at it. I want to correct how this is mapped. These weather vanes. Independent. Let's do an unwrap. Add up. Bring our texture. Back. Bring in the texture, you dummy. There you go. Yeah, so the way I've got it positioned in here, because it's got the gap on the bottom here, it's the way I set that plane there. So what I want to do, and I could have probably done this by texture too, is just to add to in the texture. In fact, I could probably do that, but I need a wire for this. So if anything else, I can get a wire from this so that I know where that's at, and then I can adjust the texture accordingly. So it was either one of two things: either to adjust the actual wire for this plane, this double-sided plane, or adjust the texture to be able to fill in, not have that gap. That's why we're getting that gap. Okay, so I think what I'll do is export this out. We gotta go to the poly level, go with that. Tools, render UV template. So our template is 1024 wide and 512 high. So, and render. There it is. We'll go that out, and we'll do PNG. All that wire. Perfect. And we want to make sure it has alpha channel. Cool. And close that up. Now we should be able to open that up. Oh, I put war. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I can spell. There's our wire. Want to put some placement markers in here. Okay. One there. I only have to do this here in PaintShop Pro because it has no way to, like Photoshop does, for example. It does allow, as long as your images are both the same size, it'll allow you to snap that same size, I guess, as far as into position. So, I'm gonna go copy this. There's our layer texture. Oh, we need to back this up, actually. Go above the wire. There. Oh, that's got it in our wire. We got some more to add to our wire because we did add the area for the ceiling and stuff like that. I'll get that one next. And then we'll just combine all the wires together. It's all one layer. Our layer template. Okay, let's go ahead and get alignment blocks out of here. Alright, so the next thing I'll do is the wire for the ceiling. And then we redid all this here for the well, so that's did a lot of remapping. Okay. Alright, so we're just going to adjust the texture, I guess, as far as that goes, having that in the our wired our layer template at least anyway at this point. So we'll go ahead, collapse that. Alright, now we'll go into let me go into the roof, unwrap that editor, inner texture. This is our new mappings for our roof. I guess as far as we mostly dealt with the eaves here. Okay, so same thing here. We'll go into the poly level, select all the polys that we want to create a template, UV template for. And 24 by 512. Render that bad boy. There we go. Save that one. NG. I guess we'll call it War 2. I spelled it wrong. Make sure we got alpha channel. Alright, we'll bring that one in. We gotta go open War 2. And put my alignment blocks in it. Oops. Go. Oh, now give me the flood fill. There we go. Copy that into our template. And same as I did the other one, we'll just go paste as a new layer. That right into position. Now, what I can do, because we did a lot of redoing this as far as over in this area in particular, I can go into the original wire layer, zoom in on this, and we can pick out this. That's the way it looks now. Cool. Now the only thing I got left is the ceiling. Okay, let's get that next. That will be, we can get that from the building 2. In fact, yeah, I got that hidden yet. Okay, so we'll collapse that. We need to hide this guy. Bring back out our building 2 here. Okay. And this editor texture. And that's got the mapping for the ceiling. Poly level. Select the polys we want to make a UV. Oh, wait a minute. What is going on here? I still got some, got a piece in here that we got to get rid of. Ah, so that's a telltale there. Now let's go ahead and fix that first. Where's that actually located? I know where to... That's actually right over here, so that's something else we can get rid of on our interior. Okay, let's do that first. Go ahead and collapse that down. So the UV unwrap can actually tell you, just like it did there, just as far as what junk you might want to still get out of the model. All I did was just collapse that down. We'll go ahead and select that poly. Yeah, get it out of there. Now we can re-unwrap it. That shouldn't be in there anymore. Editor. There we go. Not there anymore. Yeah, it's really cleaning up here on the UV mapping, that's for sure. Alright, go to poly level, select the polys we want to make a template 4. Render UV template. 1024 by 512 is the size of our texture. And render. Go. Go ahead, close that. Save this guy. PNG. And we'll do this at 4.3. It's funny that I spelled that wrong. And we need alpha channel. That. Open that up. Alright, so let's put my alignment blocks in here. Got a little wonky there, but I guess it'll work. Fill it in. That's a crap. Okay. Copy that. Go to our template and paste that in. Now, because it really the only thing I needed off of that new wire was just that center. I could really go into this, or even this for that matter, and just spank out the rest of the wire. I don't really need all of that. That's what it'll do. So in our new layer here, so what it's including is everything plus where our ceiling was actually added to that wire. So knowing that, I can go ahead and spank out in this layer all the parts that I know haven't changed. And just to confirm that, we'll shut this wire off. Let me go ahead and turn that one off. Yep, so I got everything out there. The only thing I have is just where the ceiling's at. And this one's for the, I'm going to go ahead and merge all these wires together, so now that's going to be our updated wire. Yep, that'll work out good. So we can do that. I'll have to shut off all the layers I don't want to merge. Turn on all the ones I do want to merge. That's what I want to merge. That's our new wire. Let's do layers, merge, visible. And we're going to rename this back to wire. Okay, now we can bring back background, texture, ceiling, weather vane, trim. We're leaving the shading off as we decided. Shading and door shading, I think. Okay, I guess I did add this one. So the only thing we're keeping off is this shading. Right. So that was the before we put the recessed or the inset, I guess as far as for the garage doors, we were using this level of shading. As far as that, we don't need that anymore. That's all good right there. So we're gonna go ahead and resave this as another new layer template. Save this as a PSD. Save all of that work. Cool. Now that was just to get our new wire. That's all we did. We didn't do any other adjustments to the texture. But at this point, I do want to make that change. I guess as far as now that we got this all in here, I can adjust this part for the weather vane. That was part of the reason why I wanted to do that. So now we got the wire. We know how far to extend that stem of that. So let's go where the weather vane's at. Actually extend that out. We don't have that gap. Two. Come on now. There. So now we won't have that gap anymore, I guess, as far as on our model once we got that. That'll work. We'll resave that. And then also we want to do is layers, merge, flatten all that. Save that as a new bitmap. And I initially have to save it as a bitmap, not a TGA, because I got to run this bitmap through WinMap 2 so I can get that alpha channel. Kind of a two-step process there. Now we can run this newly created bitmap through WinMap 2. Bitmap. Establish where we want that alpha channel to be. Left shift, left click on that to get that swath. PGA. All we need there. File, save as PGA. We're going to overwrite the one we already had. Cool. And then what I'm also going to do while I'm at it, probably don't really need to, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just so I've got a completely fresh texture both at the model level and the texture level for in the sim. I'm going to open up this TGA that we just created, commit to, create a new MIT file. Yep, don't need to change anything else. It's already got the swath in there for what's going to be transed out. And we'll go ahead and just put that in that directory now. Let it do its thing. That out. And now we can take this guy, bring that over to our tractor directory. Now all we got to do is reestablish our video. Texture's already in there. Okay. Let's go ahead and collapse down this UV mapping. Okay. Now, so this is the interior. Bring out the exterior and the ground plane. We're just going to resave this scene for the uncollapsed version. Okay, so this is going to be our starting scene for that. Save as UV, not collapse. Okay, that's saved. So we got that to fall back on. Now what we need to do is bring out all the stuff we want to get rid of and just isolate down what we want to retain. So we only want to retain building interior, pinnacles, the roof, and the weather vanes. Everything else can go bye-bye. Okay. So from here we'll go building. So I'm going to use a little bit different approach here. So I think part of the reason why that got stepped on as far as that poly either got flipped or completely deleted was part of this collapse process here. So I'm going to kind of take a different approach here. I think it might have been a little too much to actually do the... Can't remember how I did it last time. I'm going to do it a little bit different anyway. I'm going to do like 2 pieces at a time. instead of as much as I did previously. So I'll do building and pinnacle. There are these pinnacles without the weather vanes just yet. That is 2 objects. We'll go ahead and collapse. Okay, so that's level 1. Pivot center. Set the X form. Okay. Also, what we're doing now is we're doing, I guess, as far as that collapsed scene. All the pieces collapsed. Obviously, something got broken on this gable end, and I think a lot of it did have to do with how I crunched everything back down. But I'm gonna do 2 pieces at a time instead of as many as I did. We'll do building and roof this time, or I can actually go roof and weather vanes. Let's do those 2. The weather vanes are not quite as complex as the building in itself, and I don't necessarily need to do each weather vane independently, although I could. This creates a problem after compiling it this way. I may have to do that. Let's do these, since these are simple. The roof is a little bit more complex, I guess, as far as in anything, because it has all the different angles and the different it's just a lot more complex, I guess, as far as than the building itself, as far as the building walls. And I think that's probably why it stepped on this when we collapsed it the way we did last time. Okay, so we got our hammer out, collapse, selected. Oh, why did it step on the mapping for that? I shouldn't have done that. Oh, this ain't right. So it stepped on the mapping for our weather vanes there. Why did it do that? That's not right. Here, let me back that up. You know, and I wonder if that has something to do, the fact that it's got... This is something I haven't been able to figure out what the deal is. When I bring in the texture and it's got all these different references to the same texture, and I'm not sure why that is. They're all on map 17. I don't know if that's why that's doing that. Because I'm using all the same texture. And the fact that I just saw it when I collapsed the roof and the weather vanes down and actually removed that mapping. That's weird. That is super weird. Collapse that down. Let me try to do it the other way around. We're gonna go weather vane, roof, collapse, like this. That worked that way. Alright, let's try it this way then. So it did call it weather vane because I selected that first. But, set the X form on that. Yeah, I'm just taking a few more steps than I did last time, I guess, as far as to collapse it, so that it doesn't step on the model. Because obviously you ran into this problem. This is what we're trying to eliminate. Whoops. This is what we're trying to eliminate right here. I think it did come down to the fact that that's part of the reason why I did that. It either flipped it or completely deleted that because of the way we collapsed it. We just did too many pieces at one time. When I tried to recompile the 3DS into the pass file, whatever, that last run, it obviously didn't fix it. So, anywho. Alright, let's do this guy and this guy. I'm gonna do only a couple pieces at a time. Collapse, selected. Sometimes you'll find yourself having to do that when you run into problems like that. This is one way to fix it, essentially. Okay, we did that. So we're down to this now. Back pivot, center that. Set the X form. Good. That now. Alrighty then, we're getting there. Now we got all that roof. Now what I'll do is I'll take this building, this one. Collapse selected. Did see this shift a little bit. Still kind of lined up there. I don't see it turn dark or anything like that. That's sometimes it'll be an indication sometimes when you collapse if it's a little too much for it. You'll see Bert's shift or Polly's flip as you collapse there. I did kind of see a little bit here, so we'll try this one out and just see what happens. Okay, so now we're down to this. Okay, so if we hide that, this is our interior. Okay. We don't really need to do anything with that, other than the fact that we need to combine the exterior to it. Okay. We need to make a clone. Unhide that building here. So if we hide 2, which is our interior, hide that. Okay, so this is what it's going to look like. I know a lot of this is repetitive. This is what it's going to look like on with the closed doors. It's going to be a hollow wall on the inside. Like so. That's what we want for that. We're going to make a clone of this. Whoops, gotta select the model first. Make a clone of this. Copy, yes. And then we're gonna hide this building here for a second. I guess it doesn't really matter which one we use, but one of them we want to hide. Hide that one. We're gonna take this guy. Now we need to unhide building 2, which is our interior. Bind those two together. And this might be where it got broken. So I might go the other direction. So I did building, which has the roof and all that stuff, bind to, and I might go the other way around. So what I got in here right now is the interior and then the exterior. The way I did it last time was I selected the exterior, then the interior. That might be what stepped on, hang it, that there. So it's either just how you collapse it or even the order that you collapse it might make a difference, I guess, as far as when it comes to the final model anyway. So we're going to go interior first. We'll select that. And then the building. Exterior. And then we'll collapse it that way. And we're going to monitor, I guess, as far as if anything shifts. Do we just see it turn black? Any indication that polys might have got flipped. Anything like that. Okay, I didn't notice anything. We didn't really check that last time, and we probably should have. So far I'm seeing that turn out pretty good. So all we need to do now is go effect pivot, center that. So this is going to be the model with the doors open. So we're going to need to still remap where the doors are. Alright, we're going to rename this one to just building 2. Yeah, and this is based on what is in our mesh, or our script, I should say. Got to make sure we name that the same as what mesh we're pulling out from our pass file. Okay, so we're going to call that building 2. Don't really need to convert it to editable poly, I just get into the habit of doing it. Alright, now from here we still need to map where the doors are mapped to, I guess, as far as for this mesh. Let's go editor, texture, and just like we did last time, we're going to go ahead and select all the doors. And we want it to be open. Okay, and then move all of that here. And I'm going to leave a little bit of buffer on this, I guess, as far as... Really doesn't matter what size. We can make these as small as we want because it's going to be transparent. What are you doing? There we go. So I'm just going to put a little bit of buffer just to make sure it's all entirely into that trans area. There. We can make that as small as we want. We can make it as small as this square right here if we wanted to. And have that much room. If we needed room on the texture, I guess as far as for that, we can, you know, we can accommodate that. For now, I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay. That's also going to create a necessity, I guess, to create another wire, I guess, as far as for our template here. Let me back this up here. Just so I have... Well, I guess it is still in here. Never mind. We'll just leave it like that. That's fine. It's probably in a little bit different position that we got, but that's roughly where it's at, so I'll just leave it like that. That's fine. I'm not too worried. But if we wanted to, we can go from this level and create a UV template so we can have this new position for that. I think that'll be... It's fine. I'm not gonna... It's rudimentary. Alright, we're satisfied with that. We got all the doors mapped, I guess, as far as to that trans area. That's good. And clamp that down. Alright, so we got our building 2 done. Let's unhide our building 1. Hide the building 2. Just double check these. So this is what we should have in our mesh. So this is going to be the one during a race session that has the doors open. The doors are mapped in that trans area and so on. Also to include our interior. And we reduced a lot of that down, you know, even above the ceiling, to remove whatever polys aren't going to be visible. That's definitely so even with what we added as far as that ceiling in these weather vane planes and whatnot, we actually took quite a few polys out of the model, so we're balancing it out that way. Which you always want to pay attention to, I guess, as far as when you're creating the models. If there's any polys that you can get rid of as you add polys, definitely make use of that. Removes any unnecessary poly weight to the model. We still got plenty of detail in this thing with all that done. Okay. So this is where we're at now. Now we can save this. Everything claps down and so on. This needs to be UV collapsed, yes. And I just want to double check and make sure we don't have anything else in the scene other than those two meshes. Alright. Now we'll go ahead while we're at it, is export out a 3S. That's not where I want. Modeling mesh. And let's choose S, and we'll overwrite this guy. Oh, good. Cool. So we're done with this one now. So we're going to try this again. We're going to load up max 5 and just try it again. Alright, let me close this down. Yes. Close that out. And let me get max 5 loaded up here. We're making progress. It may seem slow, but we're actually making some progress. We've actually been able to get the new model into Sandbox and determine, I guess, as far as what still needed to be corrected. We've done all the corrections. Alright, so we got max 5 loaded. Load up our 3DS that we just created. Hopefully it'll load up in the perspective properly this time. I'm not 100% sure what's going on with that. Completely replace, don't convert. It's still not. I don't know why that is doing that. That is so weird. Perspective view, anyway. Okay. Well, model is in here, as you can see, as far as in these other viewports. So, we need to let's change this one to. Alright, so with both models selected, Go into our material editor. And choose that TGA that has an alpha channel. This is where it becomes critical to have this TGA with the alpha channel. Definitely have to have this down on the bottom here. If this is not selectable, if it's already selected, then there's something wrong with the texture. You need to recompile the texture to make sure you get this. Otherwise, you will have no alpha channel model. I know I sound like a broken record when I say that, but it's critical, I guess, as far as to have it at this step. We'll go ahead and apply it physically to the model. There you go. Now from here, we should be able to spit that out as a new pass file. Export. Navigate to our working folder here for that. And select pass. And overwrite this guy. Cool. Alright, so now all we got to do is bring that new pass file just created right here and bring that over to our Make 3DO here. And yes, we want to overwrite that. Didn't change anything else other than the texture. So the fact that we still got the unupdated texture doesn't matter, but just for pity's sake, we'll go ahead and copy this over. It won't really matter. You still got a texture in the Make 3DO directory, as long as it's the one that's in compliance, I guess, with your actual pass file. So even though the texture is not updated in Make 3DO, it'll still compile. But I'll just to humor it, I'll go ahead and put the updated texture in there. Okay, so now we can run this through. We'll do. I think that's going to change over my scene, but I'll go ahead and switch it back, I guess, again afterward. Yeah, that's going to switch my scene. I'll switch it back. Give me just a second, I'll switch it back. Ready? Alright, I'll go ahead and switch it back now. So that did compile our new 3DO. So the fact that I've got that, this is why I need a Stream Deck to be able to handle those transitions there. That's another thing on the to do for stream. Because the F8 that I use in the DOS command prompt actually switches my scene. Anywho, so we got our newly compiled 3DO. Let's open this up in 3D Sim. Seems to be loading fine. Got that little bit of darkness there. That's only because of how the interior and the exterior. That's why you don't want to go by how it looks in 3D Sim 100%. Just to confirm that the model does actually load in here and it's not, you know, it doesn't crash or anything as far as 3D Sim. That's about the only thing you're using 3D Sim for. First, just to confirm that the model will load. Okay. Now we're going to take this guy, put that into our track edit folder. And we already got our updated texture in our track edit folder. The only thing we'll have to do at this point is reload the track and check our work. Back up. Okay. Not a whole lot going on in the track, so it looks like it is good. Alright, so that did correct that problem, I guess, as far as that poly getting stepped on the other side. Cool. So yeah, I think it did just come down to ultimately how we collapse the model down. I think we just put way too many pieces, try to collapse those together at one time. And that's what caused that poly either to get flipped or get completely deleted. So yeah, we're good. So this is the race model. This is what it'll look like when it's in race mode. Doors are open. We got the ceiling. If you look up here in the rafters, that's all hollow. That's the way we designed it. All those polys aren't going to be visible because we got that ceiling in there now. That looks pretty good. How did this turn out? I get out of whack there. That's kind of weird. Wonder how that got out of whack. That should be lined right up with the center. Now it could be. Let me look at this texture here really quick. Got our wire in here. Let's check this out. I might not have the weather vane actually send it in there very well. Yeah, it might be a little bit off to the side. So we got more gap on this side. That's more or less as texture adjustment. That's about it. I can probably extend this out just a little bit further. That's probably why we still got a gap bottom. Yeah, so if I shift that over to the right, that should actually line that right up as far center, as far as our weather vane goes. That's a simple texture adjustment there. I think that'll fix that. That'll actually turn out pretty cool. So you actually get the presence of the weather vane there, at least anyway. No matter if you're looking at this side or this side. That turned out pretty freaking cool. Nice. Alright, let's go ahead and get a screenshot of that. So the only other thing I didn't do yet, and I can again come down to the texture, is add some corners. I guess as far as to the ends of our walls here, they actually add some accent to that, just like we have in our actual picture references here. So it does have these corner moldings, if you will. I guess as far as on that, we've got all the mapping and our texture to be able to do that. So go ahead and play with this texture a little bit. Well, our model turned out fantastic. So that's what I didn't check, I guess, as far as what does it look like under testing conditions. Let's do that. Let's check that out. Let's check that out. So we're gonna go just state variable, go to 0, and I'll put it in testing mode. That will be with the doors closed under building. Well, that's what it looks like. The doors closed. We should be all hollow in the center. Marvelous. That's exactly the way we designed it. All the polys that are not visible, I guess, as far as from that perspective, it's totally relevant. And we can check out our eaves here too, all nice and straight. Those are ribs, the seams there aren't all out of whack anymore. Check this cable. Perfect. Voice. Okay. Go ahead and set this back over. So yeah, model is 100% good to go. In fact, let me go ahead, set this up. I'm gonna go back to race mode. Really think that turned out fantastic that way. Let me get that this way. You know, I got the ceiling, got the weather vanes on there, all the corrected mapping to the eave. It's good stuff. Screenshot it. Do a little snippity snip. Cool. So copy, and we're gonna put that in our paint program. Save that for later. That turned out good. Now, while I'm in the same view, we're gonna switch this back over to testing. Back to 0. How that looks. Another screenshot. Snip. Awesome. So you can see the doors open and doors closed. Now let's make some adjustment to our texture. Make sure we got all the layers. Cool. Let's this weather vane. It's in the picture here. So we need to move it more to the right side and also extend this out a little bit further. You got it quite far enough. Vane. Go a little bit past the wire just to make sure we got that all. Okay, now we can take the whole thing, like so, and just shift it this way. Now, in theory, that should move it. Okay, so the horse is pointed that way. Actually, we need to go the other way with it. Okay. Well, let's see how this turned out anyway. Might be just thinking of it backwards. What I'm thinking of as far as just getting the spacing on either side about the same. That should get it centered. That's the way. So we'll try it this way. Let's do. Oh, I want that. Okay, let's do layers, merge, flatten. File, save as. Bitmap. Okay. Here, from the bitmap, we're gonna make it to TJ. Have it over 1, 2. Bitmap. Okay. That. File, save as. Session. Yep. That. And I'm gonna completely close this out. And open up this TG that we just created. Open that up with one and create the MIT file. Already got that selected. That's good. File save as MIT file. Cool. Now we'll go ahead and put that into our bracket folder. Got that. Yep, now we'll just reload our track. Our new texture applied. See how we did? In my head, it seemed to make sense. That's what we needed to do. Cool. Loads. Yep, we definitely need to go the other way. Hey, gummit. So the fact that I had that centered as far as the double-sided plane goes, I'll just look on this side. Yep, so it is off the same amount. That's kind of strange. That is super strange. We actually have to go the other way with that. Alright. That. So we need to bring it more to this side. I guess what we need to pay attention more of is where this actually lines up there. So if way we scaled our plane, that's probably another reason why it's probably not 100% centered in there. So the way we sized up our double-sided plane for that might not be correct either. It's forcing us, I guess, to put it more to the left side of our wire. Okay. We're going to do that anyway. This. So. Okay. So until we get that moved over, we won't know, I guess, as far as if we extended that out. That stem down far enough. Go ahead and move this guy over. Like that. See if that's too far. Okay, we'll turn the wire off. Layers, merge all, flatten, file, save as. Hey, there's another one. There's another one. Sweet, that's two of them at least anyway. A bitmap. I'm gonna get that figured out with that emote wall. Let's do the GGs. Yep. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that with that emote wall. That thing is super borked. What in the hell are you doing? I'm gonna have to play around with that post stream. That's supposed to be scattering all kinds of emotes on the screen there. I don't know what it's doing. Goofy thing. Anyway, so we got this one. So we got our bitmap. Need to open our bitmap. WinMap 2. EGA. That. File save as. That one, yeah. Close that. And reopen that TGA. Make a new MIT file. Oh shoot, that's not what I want. What the heck did I do? Whoops. Oh, I know what I did. I opened it with, never mind. I meant to open it with, paint shop, but I must open it other. Never mind. I goofed. Gotta open up this way with limit 2. Hit file. Settings are good. This thing. Close it out. Cut that to our track edit folder. And reload the track. I almost got a feeling it's probably going to be too far to the left. Let's see what we got though. If it's too far to the left. Actually, no. Well, yeah, maybe a little bit. Just a little bit. We need to scoot it over to the right, just like a pixel or so. Just like a pixel or so. That is so stinking close though. Alright. One more adjustment. Let's bring back our wire. I've got that almost, this edge of the weather vane, I guess almost flush with that wire on this end. Need to go back. Go with it. Right. Oh, not that way. That way. Cool. Okay. Now we'll turn off the wire again. So this should be the last adjustment. Layers or flatten file. Is map. Open up the map. Trying to make a song out of this somehow. Of these steps. TGA. Auth. File. Save as. Okay. Guess someone will overwrite that. Close that. No. Exit out of that. Open up the TGA. I always like to close WinMIP out too, because it is kind of a buggy program when it comes to if you got the TGA still open after you create it, then try to do the MIP. That way it doesn't always work. I always take the approach, it gets as far as just close after I create the TGA with the alpha channel. Close it out, reopen the TGA, gets as far as to make sure that it's actually going to apply. That's just the approach I take to it. Probably don't need to do that, but there's so many times that I've tried to create a MIP file after I've already created the TGA, and it doesn't always compile it properly, so that's why I do it. Just in case anybody was wondering. Close, and we're going to take this MIP file, cut that out, put it into our track edit folder, paste, right, and reload the track. Alright, let's see how we did this time. I think we should be right on. I'm hopeful. Make this building turn out pretty. Yep, that's pretty good. All that good. Got a little bit of skew to it there, but I don't think that's too bad. We could really kind of play ping pong with this thing if we wanted to, but I don't think that's going to be cool. I think from a distance there, it's actually going to look pretty damn good. Even if we were to put a camera right here, in fact, you can see the weather vane right on that. It's pretty freaking cool. Heck yeah. That building turned out sweet. Almost seems like you can come in here and just party. Partied up. Yeah, so one of the things I did notice, even in the Max there, the fact that we've got these insets here for the doors. I didn't actually go so far, I guess, as far as to kind of fill that in on the inside here. I don't know if we need to get that critical with it, I guess it just all comes down to if you did want to put, like, say, a camera view from here, you might want to clean that up a little bit. As far as to have the double-sided, you know, just to kind of fill this in where this inset is, because right now it's kind of flapping in the wind here. See, but from track side, like this, you can't tell that as much. All you can see is just that inset, I guess, as far as for the door opening. But yeah, so at this point here, if we did want to consider putting a camera angle from inside of this, which you totally could, what I consider, I guess, as far as to put, you know, more clarity, I guess, as far as on this inside wall. You know, so it's not all flapping in the breeze here. That's about it. I think that detail on that ceiling didn't turn out too bad either. It's a little bit pixelated, but we do have room in the texture, as I was already saying. If we did want to shrink down on the building on the mesh for our pass valve that has the doors open, we don't have to use as much room for the transparency. We could actually put this up in a lot smaller corner. That would give us a little bit more room to potentially put a bigger, readjust, I guess, our texture to be able to put a bigger orientation for our ceiling, so it doesn't lose as much texture detail to it as far as step on the pixelization of it. Because right now, as I look at this, it does have some pixelization to it, and again, it comes down to if you did want to put a camera angle into this to include, I guess, as far as some livery to it, it might pose an issue. But the other thing you could do, I guess, as far as to eliminate doing any of that, is just to put a camera angle, say, like in this spot. Wouldn't even hardly notice any of that, possibly. You know, so it just comes down to how much more detail you want. I think at this point here, it's pretty reasonable. I guess as far as the amount of detail, both from the texture level and the model level. Alrighty, folks, are we ready to get this in the sim? Oh, I am. I need to have to take a little bit of a bio break, I guess, as far as we do that, though. Let me go ahead and close some things down while I'm thinking of it, and we're going to take a short little intermission. We'll get the only thing that we've done is to compile the new 3DO and the new texture. And that's all we need to bring over to our game track directory. One thing that's changed. After it's all said and done, that's all we've changed. Let's go ahead. Oh. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, let me take a short little intermission and we'll get things moved over to the game track directory so we can actually try all this thing out in the sim. So I'll be back in just a minute. Don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks. For a little recess there. You're back. Oh, I gotta completely close that out. I guess not. Alright, let me bring. Out. Thought I had that closed out. I guess not. Alright, so I need to do a little bit of busy work here. So let's switch this back over to this scene. Alright, so what we're gonna do is get some files moved over here. This is the busy work. So we go into James folder where we got Lacrosse. Our track edit folder right now. And the two files that we need are both the 3DO and the new MIP. Those two guys. We're going to put that into our game track directory. Goodbye. Yeah. Alright, for the tracks. Cross. And overwrite these files. Replace things. Alright, let's get the sim loaded up. I don't think I have my wheel. Over from that. Nope. Playing some Farm Sim 22. We did that yesterday for Farm Friday. Over there in 2002. Do some racing. Alright. Sim up. Yeah, we're going to try out the NCS 22 mod. As we've been using as far as of late for the testing of the track by Full Circle Racing Designs. Going to testing here initially. We want to go to Lacrosse though. I got something a little bit to show, I guess, as far as I guess I can probably do that while I'm in Texas here. So as I was mentioning earlier part of the stream there, we did figure some things out with the animated flags. I do have a newly created Texas as well as US flag based on that. So yeah, I think what I'll do, oh, I've already got this selected here. This is what I had done some testing. So I'll just show this really quick. This is with no wind. I want to make that clear. So this is with no wind. This is just in the static state for the flags. You can see those two there. Now if I add a little bit of wind to it, back this out, and add a little wind to it, even as much as 2 miles an hour, got some movement to it. This is what they look like with the 2 mile an hour wind. So now it's got that all corrected, I guess, as far as with the way the one side, especially with the Texas flag, I had it flipped the wrong way. And finally been able to get that corrected. I'm gonna go over how to put these types of things together, I guess, as far as in a later stream. But just to kind of show you what I've been testing, I guess, as far as with the Texas Motor Speedway build. So we'll get that more than likely applied to that. I think I've spoken with Torch, I guess, as far as to get these in there. So that's at 2 mile an hour. I'll add a little bit more wind to it just to kind of give you how this thing works. We'll go to 50 mile an hour. This should be the medium, around 15-16 mile an hour. So we'll go a little bit faster. That's what it looks like with a heavier, faster wind. I don't know if too many people use like a lot of wind, I guess, as far as when they race in 2003, but if you do, that's how the flags will look. That applied. Okay. Just to kind of show that off a little bit. I'm going to set this back down to 2 mile an hour. That's mostly what I'll use, I guess, as far as for when I run even single player races. Just the 2 mile an hour, just to have that type of animation, I guess, applied to all the things like that. That's my choice. Okay, so now we need to choose Lacrosse. That's the track we've been working on today. And we'll keep all that set up. It does have track shot. Load this bad boy up. I'll initially load this up in testing. Make sure that all loads up properly. So our turn 1 building is actually off in the corner over here. This is turn 1 over here, so it's going to be just off screen right there. I'll switch it over to turn lane 2. Yeah, right there. So our turn 1 pavilion is right up over here. Just for clarity. Alright, let's go ahead and drive. There's our building, and the doors are closed because we are testing as it's designed. Cool. That all works that way. Now let's go into race weekend session. Single race. Make sure we got full 43 cars to include ourselves. Load that up. I know Racer James has been doing plenty of work on the track himself, probably on and off. Haven't gotten a lot of updates as far as what's been done within the last week, but assuming he's probably still working on some of that. Okay. We're gonna just paint it around some of the AI here. So there's a spectator view. That's actually from turn 1 right there. Pretty cool. Oh, this guy was... Oh, I had one. Ah, dang it. There we go. Trying to get a car that's out of the pits. There we go. This is in spectator view. Let's actually switch this over to there's TV2. That's a really nice shot there. That fixed TV2 cam. Let's turn the background music off, shall we? We can get all the sounds in the sim, hopefully. There's our turn 1 pavilion. Really see it pretty good on this camera angle. Let's go to driver. Just going down the back stretch right here. Turns 3 and 4, coming out of 4, down the front stretch, and there's our turn 1 pavilion. This is all under practice, qualify, so on. So the doors are going to be closed. The only time they're going to be open is during the actual race. So far, we're working as intended. Alright, let me see. We're going to get in this thing and try this out. I need to get the wheel moved over. So I'm going to mute the mic just for a second. So I can get that over there. We might run a little short race here. Gotten some racing in here. For a good week or so. Want to get in here. Okay, I think I got it ready to check it. Trying to get as much of this done out of the way there, otherwise you get all that clinky clonk clatter, I guess, as far as in the stream there. Okay. get in here and we'll let's go right to race, and we'll start this from the back. Yeah. Go right to race. And there's where the door is open. Perfect. Angle.
Drivers, to your cars.
Good. So it's kind of really hard to tell, and that's kind of what I was thinking was going to be the case. The weather vanes are kind of hard to see from a distance because it's not a whole lot there, so you have to be almost not really on top of it, but you have to look at it from an angle. And that's what I was tending to wonder if I wanted to add like different angles to it. Supposed to just in.
Drivers, start your
There we go.
engines.
Crap. Angles are angle. Yeah, what we do this time. We didn't fare too well, I guess, as far as the last couple times we raced there. I mean, we were able to finish the race, but usually spend so much time with just reviewing it as far as everything going on around the track.
Get ready. Grind.
Whoa. Whoa, flat side of my tires there. Gather back up. Give him a little bit of room this time.
Inside. Clear low. Outside.
Oh, God.
2.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
2. Clear high.
Far enough in the back there so I didn't caution. I was back on. I was driving it way too hard.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle man number 5,000 second gear.
Yeah, we were in that zone there, so that's probably a good thing to test, or the fact that we were so far into the pitting zone there. Spotter Q is working as intended. You could probably adjust that a little bit as far so it's not quite so sensitive.
7, 6, 7.
And you could do that by adding an F section that doesn't have the apron near pits in that area that we actually were in. Way back here.
21.73.
I'm just over driving and now I'm just trying to stay ahead. Slower is actually faster, I think, on a track like this. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, man. I'm totally over driving and trying to trying to drive it faster than I am. When you're working with traffic, it actually does help you to kind of have.
0.
Let's test this out. That's actually good. We might have actually been in the pits a little bit further. I guess I want to give us
1
that cue.
outside at your door. Clear high. 1 outside at
I'm
your
gonna test
door.
this again for the pits.
23.9. 3. 1. Still up there. Pit
See,
road speed 45.
we were way in there
Eagle man number
this time. Okay,
5,000 second
I had to
gear.
test that out to see.
Outside. Tailors out. Keep digging.
Oh,
Caution's
man.
gonna be out.
Oh,
All the way to
crap,
the
did
line.
I do that?
All the way to the line. Car up
Oh,
by the
my.
wall. Car up
Oh,
by the
my.
wall. Watch your
Oh,
front
my.
end. Side. They're all over the racetrack down the back stretch.
You think?
Car down low.
I think I might have caused that. Holy smokes. Those guys tried to miss me and they got all tangled up in themselves.
Trail him now. 1 inside. Still there. Clear. Caution's out. Go ahead and get caught up. 40. 1.
All because I was trying to test the pits.
4. Pit road's closed. Stay behind. Pit 13. Both ends of this car are fucked up.
I'm gonna come in for tires.
23.8. 7. 8. My main pit road will be open this time. I will see it second time by.
Oh no, I am coming in now.
Eagle man number 5,000 second gear. Pace card. In turn 3.
Second time,
We gotta
my
go to the
butt.
back pit early. We gotta go tail end along the line. pace card. In turn 4. Pace card. On the front stretch here. The hell happened now? If my wheel comes off and I hit the fence real hard, I get to whack every damn one of you. Pace card. In turn 1. Pace card. In turn 2. Okay, go, go, go. Hit road speed 45. Eagle, man, remember, 5,000 second gear. Remember, just get it stopped square where the sign is.
I forget, is it 35?
The pace card. In turn 3.
What's the pace speed? I think it's 35.
The pace card. In turn 4. Remember, just get it stopped square where the sign is. The pace card. On the front stretch here. The pace card. In turn 1. Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear. Go hard.
We're going to the back
Sorry
anyway.
about that. You're doing real good. We're in the ballgame. We'll get her back. Fucking NASCAR officials standing right out in the middle of pit road. Gotta stop on the sign. We gotta go tail end along this line.
Yeah, we were going to the end of the longest line anyway.
0.5. 1, 2. There you go. Go hard. Stay behind you. It's 32. You gotta go to the back.
I know
Pull over and
this.
let him go. Pull over and let him go.
32. Here's Fred.
Pull over and let him go.
I'm letting him
You
go.
want to go right here.
Come on, you
Stay behind.
slowpokes.
It's 32.
I'm trying.
Pull over and let him go. 50.
Crap.
2. 0.6. 4. 2.
There he is.
Pull over and let him go.
Finally. How many laps down? I'm 2 laps down, okay.
Alright, man. I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift, and I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready. Bring her down. .4. 5. 5.
It's so much easier to drive the track as far as when you got traffic to deal with. You gotta pace yourself then. By yourself, it's a little bit tougher. We're trying to drive it way faster than you're actually supposed to.
20.8. 7. 3. .08.
Ooh, these guys are digging hard side by side.
5 to go.
5 to go.
1.2. 3. 5. Clear. One outside at your door. Clear.
Kind of rattles cage a little bit.
21.69. 2. One inside. Still there. At your door. At your door. Say hi. Clear low.
Go time, baby. Okay.
1.178.
You get side by side like that, you can't really make a hole.
Outside. Still there.
That's lap.
Still there. 2 to go. Clear. 22.335. 1 inside.
Oh, I got really good off that turn.
Still there. Clear. 1 inside. Still there. Clear. White flag. 1 to go at the line.
Oh, my butt back there.
Yeah, we gotta get a little bit
Same.
better.
Down to these guys.
10-4, man.
So they don't always screw up against coming into the pits as
Appreciate
far as
everybody
that
working hard.
post race.
Keep working.
That has been proven, I
Doing
guess, to
good
be a little
job.
bit of a
Appreciate
problem.
you working that hard there, Ian.
At times. The fact that it happens post race, I don't think that's really that much. It's when they would do it, I guess, as far as during actual race.
Appreciate everybody's hard work, man. That's a good
Building turned out good. Yeah, as you can see that ceiling.
On the car you brought. Pit road speed 45. There you go, man. Member
Turned out good.
5,000 second gear.
Anyway, folks, that's a little bit of racing action, I guess, as far as for Lacrosse Speedway. We had a little bit of finish up work, I guess, as far as to do on the Turn 1 pavilion. I think it's turned out pretty great. I don't think there's much more we need to adjust to it. Got a little bit of a short race in there. Had some fun. I hope you all did too. Rather quiet today, for the most part, and that's understandable, I guess, as far as especially with warmer weather coming around. I guess especially in the northern regions where I'm up here too. I know it was very nice out today. So do appreciate that everybody did stick around for Spline Designs. I'm glad the stream actually held up, I guess, as far as that. We had a little bit of an issue, I guess, as far as initial start of stream, but I think it kind of did sort itself out. We got a lot accomplished, getting the model pretty much finalized there. I'm gonna play the music. Shut this one off. We'll let that one play through. Get all the horns out for anybody that is hanging out. If you are following the channel, you got the rock horns, I guess, as far as at your disposal. I haven't figured that out, I guess, as far as why the emotes don't spread out all across the whole screen there. That's something I need to work on post stream. I think what I am going to end up doing there is just we're just going to do what we consider a soft rate, I guess, as far as to go ahead and end the stream. You can feel free to stick around on the channel, I guess, as far as for the host at the end of the stream. Hope everybody does have a fantastic rest of their Saturday, the rest of their weekend, and we'll be seeing you again no later than Tuesday for Taco Truckin' Tuesday. So if you're not following the channel already, and you want to catch some of that action there, make sure you are doing that, I guess, as far as following the channel, notification when the stream is live. I got my racing fixing at least for today too, so I'm super glad with that. Like everybody went to sleep on me though, and that's totally understandable. I hope you are enjoying, I guess, as far as the nice warm weather. If you're having the same type of nice warm weather that I'm having here, my bad. Kinds of buttons, my bad. Wrecked my desk. Yeah, if you are doing that, I don't 100% blame you. Yep, just make sure that you are following the channel. If you also aren't on the Rock Nation Discord, make sure you get on the Rock Nation Discord. We got the links all on the channel below the stream, but I'll let the bot put up. Hopefully I can get this all worked out, I guess, as far as with the bot. Using this new bot, I guess, as far as all custom. It's all being run localized. As opposed to using such things as Streamlabs, so a little bit of a work in progress and a little bit of trial and error, I guess, as far as what that goes. I think that may or may not be stepping out of the way the emotes spam into the across the stream as they used to. So there's just little things like that I still need to get figured out. There's all the social media links. If you're not already in the Rock Nation Discord, I'm also on the Twitter. We got our Spline Design Studios Facebook group page that serves as our forums for the website. SplineDesignStudios.com. That is what we have Spline Design Studios Saturday for. So, yeah, for Tuesday, Wednesday, we've been doing some whatever Wednesdays. I've been totally getting into, I guess, as far as with Mon Bazoo. If you want to see any of the content they have on the channel as far as either Tuesday, Wednesday, Farm Fridays, or even Spline Design Studios Saturday, definitely make sure you're hitting the follow button to get the notification when the stream's live. We're going to do this soft rating, and it's going to host on the stream prior to the end of the stream, so feel free to stick around for that. Again, do hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we'll be seeing you again real soon. Bye for now, everybody.